Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We had an executive session prior to open session, so we appreciate your patience this evening. It's great to see so many of you here participating in the democratic process. So we are opening and reconvening open session, and with that, I'll turn this over to the superintendent.
Good evening, everyone. Oops, there we go. And welcome to the school committee meeting on March 11th. Per Rhode Island federal code, regulations require that we bring your attention to the fire exits for you to use in an unlikely event of an emergency. One at each exit door to your left. I point back and forth. And then also two in the back for your knowledge. And two at the top of the rear balcony and the seating. Please remember that aisleways are to remain clear the entire time. If you're going to speak and someone is at the microphone, you must remain in your seat until that person leaves. The fire marshal is present, so we just ask that you cooperate so we keep everybody safe this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the,
Look, that's Laura. Yep. Oh,
executive session.
yep, I recommend.
Gina?
No, we did. We already did it. I recommend closing and sealing the executive session minutes pertaining to discussion and or action pertaining to an individual's job performance or character, review of the superintendent's goals and progress and job performance. Discussion pertaining to collective bargaining, discussion regarding the certified contract negotiations until such time as they are unsealed, and discussion pertaining to matters which relate to the privacy of students and their records, home approval executive session minutes for February 11th, 2025, and approval of home instruction requests and approval of additional home instruction requests.
So moved. Second.
Okay, that was Linda and Tyler. Any discussion? All in favor? It looks like it's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Disclosure of executive session votes will be read by our Vice Chairperson, Laura Chapman.
Good evening, everybody. There were 2 votes that were taken in executive session. The first vote was in regards to, was in regards to the minutes for the previous month's executive session. There were a total of 11 votes taken, 2 abstentions, and there is 1 member of the committee who is not here tonight, and that's Donna Chambers. The next vote that was taken was for the homeschool instruction request, and that vote was unanimous, with, of course, the exception of Donna Chambers, who is not here tonight. Thank you.
Third vote coming back.
Third vote was to
There was a third vote taken to return to open session, and that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Now for the recognition section of our agenda this evening. We've got some students here in the audience, and we have Representative Cotter here that is going to be presenting some proclamations. Hi, Rep. Cotter. How are you? So, are we starting, Gina, with the Charahoe High School Arts, right?
Yeah, you would start right, and then, but we added, so you want to.
Oh, okay. All right, we have students here tonight that are going to be playing a musical selection for us. Gina, would you like to give us some context as to who these
are the amazing middle school band, and if you haven't already heard them and you want to hear them again after their amazing performance for this introduction, you can come visit them at RSC April 4th and 5th, but middle school will be on the 5th Saturday here at the middle school. And tonight we have Caleb Tiernan, Philomena Curtis, John Kokab, Asher Whitman, Mike McDonald, Mrs. McCard's getting old, her glasses, Evan Berman, Dan Link, Mia Vieira, Ian McInnes, Kellen Smith, Connor Gwaltney, Yachi Harris. They will be performing one song lasting about 5 minutes, so enjoy. Close your eyes if you feel the need. Please let me know if you need any other information. We are so excited to hear you tonight. And again, find them at the RSC on April 5th.
Thank you very much. That was amazing.
You're welcome.
So item 6 on our agenda is recognition. We have a couple of school committee members acknowledging some awards tonight, and I am going to turn this over to school committee member Karen Reynolds at this time.
Thank you. Please join the high school art teachers in congratulating the following students on their accomplishments in the 2025 Rhode Island Art Anchor Awards. The Rhode Island Art Anchor Awards is a statewide visual art competition for middle and high school students. Brandon Thorpe, Best in Category, Drawing, and Anchor Award for The Return of the King's Heralds. Jacob Sardelli and Jacoby White, Best in Category, Film Video, and Anchor Award for The Amulet. Fiona Smith, Anchor Award in Ceramics for Skin Deep. The Anchor Award show is available for viewing all month at Rhode Island College in the Alex and Ani Hall.
Superintendent Picard will now read off some recognitions for sports, and we do have some proclamations. So if your name is called, please come forward to accept your proclamations, please.
I'd like to thank Representative Carter for her proclamations. She is an advocate for all of our Charahoe students, so thank you for coming tonight. For our wrestling state champions in Charahoe Middle School, our junior varsity state champions are William Kemble at 88 pounds and Preston Davis at 100 pounds. Nice job, gentlemen. Good job, Preston. Nicely done. Preston's also on my student advisory panel. He's given feedback for me for the last 4 years. Nicely done, Preston. Next, we have our varsity state champions, Donovan Peno at 75 pounds and Michael Newton at 106. Next up, we have Girls Swim 2024-2025 Division II champions, Westerly Charahoe Co-op. Grade 12, Elena Brennan, Abigail Donato McKenzie, Gabrielle, and Felicity Kushner. Come on up. Nicely done. Grade 11, we have Peyton Petrozaska. Peyton, I didn't say that right. Petrozaska. You're going to have to help me, Peyton.
Peyton, how do you pronounce your last name?
Petrozaska. Okay. You try to overcomplicate it. Did you ever see that skit on the Comedy Channel? Thank you very much. Next up, grade 10, Emery McCarty and Sonia Beasley. Is it Tessa? Hold on, Olivia. Olivia O'Neill, they have you in grade 9. Oh, what happened? Come on, Olivia. Olivia O'Neill. Grade 10. Now, if this was the pool, she'd already be up here. Ava Peach, grade 9. Tessa Perkins, grade 9. Alexia McCabe and Cassiopeia Nicholas. Congratulations. That's just a photo. Okay. Thank you very much again, Representative Carter, and congratulations, girl. Okay, now pay attention to this acronym. We do love our acronyms. The SCOOP is our boys swim team. And what does SCOOP stand for? South Kingstown, Prout, Narragansett, Charahoe. We took second in the boys state swim championships. Congratulations to our Charahoe regional swimmers, Jamison Cooley and Ben Labonte.
Are either one of you here? Please stand to be recognized.
Yes, thank you. And for girls track, the 4x200 relay team, consisting of Emily Brown, Lydia Tabor, Allison Cole, and Eleanor Short, set a new school record with a time of 1:49:23 at the New Englands. Emily Brown reached a new school record, clearing the 5.5 in the high jump to finish 5th at the New Englands. And also girls indoor track earned the 2025 Team Sportsmanship Award. Nicely done. This is the
Diane Teft will read our next recognition.
Our next recognition is for the Roger Williams Law Ruth Bader Ginsburg Essay Artwork Contest. Richmond Elementary School winner, Ren Anderson. In grade 4 at Richmond Elementary School, submitted her entry with artwork entitled Inspiration, which has won the RWU School of Law Essay Contest. How has Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg inspired me? Ren's teacher is Megan Recupero.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Gina, for that recognition, and congratulations again to all of our exceptional students. Item 7 on the agenda is public forum. So we do have some policies around public forum that I would like to read before we get started. So we encourage members of the public to come up and speak on any item that is not on our agenda. A citizen will be permitted to present your comments or questions to the school committee during this time. It should be noted that the right or privilege of free speech is not absolute at all times and under all circumstances. This is part of our public forum policy. The exercise of a citizen's right carries with it commensurate responsibility. Each citizen who makes a public statement has a responsibility to be accurate, present facts, and not gossip or rumors, present information based upon personal knowledge, not hearsay, be considerate, and allow others to speak without interruption. So again, you can come forward if you'd like to speak about items that are not on the agenda. I believe that there's a number of folks that signed up for public comment this evening. regarding things like Title IX policies, transparency. So if you would like to speak on specific items, I just want to make sure that you're coming up at the right time during the agenda. So if you have a general comment on any of those topics, you can come up and speak during public forum. If you have a question as to the agenda item as written on our agenda, then I'd advise you to hold your question until we get to that actual agenda item. So if you have a general comment on a topic, you're welcome to come up at this time. I hope that I've clarified that for everyone. So we have a number of people that are signed up for public comment, well over 10. So I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to under 4 minutes, and we will keep time on that. I'll give you as much latitude as possible, but we have a lot of wood to chop tonight because we have a budget discussion and we have a number of other items on the agenda. So with that being said, Jake Blanchette is down first. Jake? Welcome.
Use the microphone.
Can everyone hear me?
Not really. Come right up. Thank you.
How about now?
Better.
Okay. Members of this committee and Madam Chairperson, my name is Jake Blanchette, a Charahoe alumnus of the class of 2007. I am also one of the original founding members of the Gay Straight Alliance. I have lived in Connecticut for the last 9 years, but I still have ties to Charahoe and still care that current students are treated with dignity and respect, a phrase every morning announcement ended with while I was here. You yourself, Madam Chairperson, said when you took the position that you keep 3 sticky notes with you at meetings: kindness, respect, and students. While this public comment session is taking place before hearing what this body's intentions are with policies such as Title IX anti-harassment and inclusion protections and the school's current policies for gender nonconforming and transgender students, I want to make it abundantly clear where I, a proud member of the LGBTQ+ community, and many other people in this community stand on this. While we have not heard what the plans of this committee are yet, with the chairperson and other members of this committee signing on to the Moms for Liberty pledge, we can assume they aren't for the betterment of those who protect now. The Moms for Liberty political group has worked to ban books, censor curriculum that covers LGBTQ+, critical race theory, and women's rights nationwide. Madam Chairperson and members of this committee who have also signed this pledge, I speak directly to you now. In March 4th Health and Wellness Subcommittee meeting, the goals were to expand community and school resources to support mental health. As a side note, LGBTQ+ youth are 4 times more likely to commit suicide. Taking away protections for those who need it does not align with those goals. Taking away protections for those who need it is not kind, it is not respectful, and it is not in the best interest of all students. You said their safety and well-being. Thank you. You said their safety and well-being are at the forefront of everything you do. Take this opportunity to stay true to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake. Next is Scott Billhurst. Hi, Scott.
How are you? Scott Billhurst, Charahoe class of 1971, well over 50 years ago. But I will say that we all have to work together regardless of our politics. But the reason I spoke is the fact that we have on the federal level and the state level things that impact education, and specifically The Rhode Island State Constitution, Article 12, Section 1, specifically charges the General Assembly to promote education. We can always debate how effective they are doing that. What I ask the school committee is to maybe coordinate or better inform the public and the town councils of what legislation the school committee supports and to what the community at large. Obviously, we're not going to agree on all bills and legislation, but there are a lot of bills in the legislature and you don't know about them. And then they suddenly have a hearing the next day. And I don't know how effective your email list is, but it's very important to keep people on top of legislation. Speaking on the federal level, the United States Constitution gives no role for the federal government in education, and that seemed to be missed by a lot of people. What I'd be curious about is what's going on at the federal level, whether those, I know some people want to abolish the Federal Department of Education. A lot of people disagree with that, certainly, but whatever. I would appreciate maybe some little more coordination or the people that sign up to know any legislation or any judicial acts the public should know. And that's pretty nonpartisan or bipartisan because in politics, sometimes you agree on one issue, another issue, you could disagree, agree, all over the place to different sets. So it's very important to work together, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Spencer, is it Baton? Spencer? Come on up. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Spencer.
Welcome.
Probably gonna get emotional.
Take your time.
I'm a 31-year-old transgender resident of Richmond and a former Chariho student. When I was a student here, I didn't understand yet that I was transgender. I just knew that being myself made me a target. I didn't have the words for what I was going through, but I knew what it felt like to be different. I'm here tonight because this committee might consider weakening Title IX, the non-discrimination and anti-harassment policy. Groups like Moms for Liberty are targeting these protections under the guise of protecting students. But who is truly being protected? Because it certainly isn't the students who need these policies the most. At 12 years old, I was finally allowed to cut my hair short and dress how I felt comfortable. That moment of happiness was short-lived. The whispers and stares in the locker room turned into relentless harassment in the hallways. I was questioned about which bathroom I was using, and eventually I stopped using it entirely, dehydrating myself every day to avoid confrontation. I skipped lunch to escape the cafeteria. School became a place I dreaded. One day in 8th grade, I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran. I left the school building, made it into the woods, and called my mom. Hey, Mom, I ran away from the school. Can you come get me? A turf farm worker spotted me, the police were called, and soon my disabled mother and I, actually, I'm gonna leave this part out. I don't remember what happened next. I was probably suspended, thank God. I developed severe migraines, missed so much school, I ended up in truancy court and ultimately transferred to the Benton Providence for high school. Even in a more supportive environment, my past haunted me. My anxiety and panic attacks worsened, and I eventually dropped out. I got my GED, but even as an adult, the trauma I experienced in this district has made holding a job difficult. I'm gonna leave that one out too. Writing this speech Writing this speech brought back anxiety I haven't felt in years. But is it worth speaking out? Absolutely. Who are these protections hurting? No one. But if you take them away, or consider to take them away, kids like me will suffer. What if your child is like me? Maybe they don't know it yet. Maybe they're watching you, wondering if their school is a safe place to be themselves. At the very least, tonight has given me closure I didn't know I needed for 17 years. I just hope sharing my story helps prevent another student from going through what I did. And before I go, and I'm not sure if one of these teachers is here, I want to acknowledge the bright spots in my time here as a student, Mr. McM and Ms. Thompson. They were the kindest people and gave me something to look forward to when I had so little of that. Their kindness mattered, and it still does. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Everybody's comments are very important. I just realized that we have 3 pages of people who signed up, and we want to listen to all of you and your feedback. With that being said, I did not realize that there were 3 pages of public comment. So I'm going to ask you to be succinct as much as possible. And I think that we're going to have to, unfortunately, limit public comment to 2 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to please be succinct. And I'm going to call the next person, and that is Representative Cotter.
Thank you, members of the committee, Chairwoman. This committee is going to do what they want to do. So this message is for children like Spencer, to all the trans, non-binary kids, kids who feel different, kids who are bullied, kids who eat lunch alone, that are watching this at home right now. You are seen, you are valued, and you are not alone. No policy can erase who you are or take away your right to exist as your true, authentic self. No matter what happens in this room tonight, there are so many of us that love you, see you, and are fighting for you. Standing for you and making sure you have a future where you are safe, respected, and free to be who you are. Keep being you. We have your back. Thank you.
Thank you. Etta Zasloff, please. Etta Zasloff. And then Janine Harrington, and then Jackie Toro. So the next 3 folks, if you can come forward.
So thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And school committee. I'm going to change the subject, not because I do not support everything that's been said, but because I think this is something that we need to hear. The first meeting of the new school committee was on December 17th. And it resulted in 4 complaints of violation of the Open Meetings Act. The adjudication of these claims came out recently, and I know the community has not heard the results, and many of you probably have, but I doubt that you read through all 7 pages of the response and got to the end. So that's what I'm going to share with you tonight. I think it would be instructive to read directly from the Attorney General's response, just in little pieces, that are at the very end. As a retired teacher, I never miss an opportunity to teach a lesson, so bear with me. I doubt that readers got to that page 7, and that's what spurred me to do this tonight. I made the OMA complaint, or I and the other 4 people are the 3 people who also complained, accused the committee members of collaboration in a quorum outside the meeting because there was so little discussion between voting members during the meeting itself. The Attorney General's response states, and I quote, Based on the record, in these particular circumstances, we do not find sufficient evidence that a quorum of the committee engaged in collective discussion or took action outside the public purview. And if I were you and I read that, I would stop, because you won. But as such, we find no violation of the MOA or the OMA. We are nevertheless concerned by suggestions that at least some members communicated with each other non-publicly about matters pending before the committee. Pay attention. Even if communications among less than a quorum do not violate the OMA, it can still degrade public confidence in the political process and detract from transparency. The OMA finding continues. We're also concerned about the divisiveness exhibited by these matters, evidenced most obviously by the bifurcated manner in which the committee responded to these complaints and how quickly these complaints came about following a change in the committee's membership. The latter part of that sentence means the committee changed members and then stopped talking about what they were trying to do publicly. But what does the Attorney General mean by the bifurcated manner in which the committee responded? He means that Hopkins, Teft, Phelps, Pouliot, Chapman, and Colasante were represented by one attorney, not by the Charahoe lawyer. These are the 7 who also voted in bloc on December 17th. So it would seem that while they weren't found to have conducted any willful or knowing violation of the OMA, they were and are comfortable working together to find outside legal help. End of quote. And finally, the Attorney General finishes with, we remind the committee of the universal underlying policy of the OMA, which is to ensure that the public good is served and that citizens be advised of and aware of the performance of public officials and the deliberations and decisions that go into the making of public policy. It is worth noting that violations of the Open Meetings Act can include fines up to $5,000 and also cause actions to be rescinded.
Thank you, Etta. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Janine Harrington,
That's me.
Jackie Toro, and then Chris Kona. Go ahead, Janine.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Janine Harrington. I'm a lifelong Charahoe resident, taxpayer, and parent with a teen currently in the high school. I am here to speak regarding Member Hopkins' request to review the policies relating to transgender and gender nonconforming students. Any changes made to these policies will impact only a handful of students in a very detrimental way, which is discrimination in its most basic form. The Charahoe School Committee is charged with fostering an educational environment that is safe and free from discrimination for all students, regardless of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. And to reduce the stigmatization of and improve the educational integration of transgender and gender nonconforming students. This is the committee's duty, regardless of personal political affiliations or agendas or personal ideology or opinion. Policy review. Policy review is unnecessary as there have never been any recorded instances of issues caused by TGNC children at Charahoe. There's no evidence to suggest there ever will be. However, there is an abundance of evidence that these policies need to stay intact. 42% of TGNC youth report frequently being called names at school or being excluded. 64% encounter bullying, and over half report that they do not participate in activities out of fear of discrimination. Approximately 1 in 4 TGNC youth experience some form of sexual assault in restrooms at schools where restroom and locker room use is restricted compared to those without restrictions. States that passed anti-transgender laws aimed at minors saw suicide attempts increase by 72%. Dangerous restrictions, being bullied by peers as well as adults, and being singled out by school districts contributes to this percentage. According to the NIH, gender identity acceptance was associated with lower odds of past year suicide attempts.
Janine, 20 seconds.
I have 20, it's 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
A wise person once said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. That is acceptance. I encourage each of you to get to know a gender nonconforming person, let them educate you. This is their own personal journey, not one that's up for public debate. I urge this committee to tread lightly and act intentionally. What you do next could very deeply impact those you are charged to protect.
Thank you.
Gender nonconforming people have always been with us. They will not be erased. To those listening tonight, we see you, and trans rights are human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Jackie.
Hopkinton. Polly Hopkins called for multiple policies to be reviewed, including protections for LGBTQ students, Title IX, and library materials. The intent behind these requests is deeply concerning. Hopkins' own social media posts leave no doubt about her priorities. She publicly declared that her goal is to bankrupt these schools and sees no good reason to support these indoctrination studies with my tax dollars. This is not the language of someone who believes in strengthening public education. It's the language of someone actively working to dismantle it. The school committee has already proven it cannot be trusted to prioritize transparency or fair representation. At the February 25th budget workshop, where the committee voted to close Hope Valley School, Hopkins was noticeably absent, leaving the families and students most affected without full representation. This is the same committee that stalled electing a chairperson because an unelected appointee hadn't been sworn in, yet had no problem closing the town's elementary school while 2 of Hopkinton's 4 representatives were absent. Across the country, we are seeing coordinated efforts to strip away rights, erase marginalized communities, and undermine public education. The Federal Department of Education is already being reshaped by people who oppose equity and inclusion. When these attacks reach the local level, they often come disguised as policy reviews or parental rights initiatives. But make no mistake, their goal is control. Let's be clear, attacks on LGBTQIA+ students, especially transgender and non-binary students, are not just about them. They're about controlling society. They are a deliberate effort to force people into rigid, oppressive gender roles and erase those who do not conform. This is about power, restriction, and pushing an agenda that has no place in a school system meant to serve all students. This should alarm every parent, especially those of LGBTQIA+ students and students with disabilities. If policies that protect the most vulnerable are weakened or removed, what comes next? Who will be the next target? Schools should be places of safety, learning, and opportunity, not battlegrounds for political agendas that seek to erase and exclude. We will not stand by while you roll back progress that ensures every student is valued and protected.
Thank you, Jackie. Chris. So Chris Kona is next, then Justin Bentley and Chris Straight.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course.
I'm Chris Kona, a Richmond resident and a Chariho parent. We've all heard these words: we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. There's a lot being conveyed in those few words. It starts with we the people, not we the rulers or we the billionaires. There's no exclusion in we the people. It's emphasized when they say, in order to form a more perfect union, it's about bringing different groups together. It says to establish justice, to create a system where people are treated fairly, and if they're not, there's a recourse to correct it. To ensure domestic tranquility means to create a system where we know that the planes will land on time, where the food and water are safe to eat, and to live without fear. To promote the general welfare means the Constitution is intended to make sure everyone is supported. And to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves, that we the people can take advantage of a free society. And then the authors of the US Constitution added to secure the blessings for our posterity. They knew that it was not just enough for them to enjoy the blessings of liberty. They needed to make sure that their kids would live in a just, tranquil society with a government that promoted general welfare and secured the blessings of liberty onto their children. And that starts in our public schools. Public schools are how we provide justice, domestic tranquility, general welfare, and the blessings of liberty to our posterity. We do that by giving them, all of the students that are covered by We the People, a place where the students can learn, can eat, can read, can be safe, and can grow up to be smarter, stronger, and more successful with each generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll be very, very brief. I had a lot to say, but I know the window is small. I know we're not allowed to talk about policy, so I won't, but I just wanted to state I had reached out to Ms. Hopkins about a month ago once I knew that the policies were being pulled up for review, and I inquired as to why they were being pulled and what were the new and exciting, maybe there were some solutions, maybe there were some great ideas. She finally got back to me and said that I believe I quote, some people had some issues with some of the policies. But I really want to engage with the school committee. I'm dying to be involved. So this may not be the proper forum, and if it's not, I'll contact you immediately via email and expect a response back. But I'm just inquiring, who do I contact? Who were the committee members that felt the need that these policies that are listed tonight needed to be reviewed? Am I allowed to ask that, or should I do that in an email?
Because
if I do it in an email, I want actual response.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stand by. Thank you.
And again, it's just in the interest of I want to begin the dialogue because let's be realistic. We know why these are being pulled. I would like to be a part of it. I know there's a subcommittee. I know there's a school improvement team. I'll be at both of those. But I'd like to try to get out in front of it and begin engaging committee members because, transparency and accountability.
Of course. So our legal counsel is here, John Anderson. Typically, he advises us not to engage in a dialogue during public forum because there's rules around that.
I understand.
And I would like Attorney Anderson to opine on that, please.
Everybody hear me? My general advice to school committees is that this is the time in the meeting for you to listen to the public as opposed to speak. I want to make it very clear that you have First Amendment rights as well. If you wish to speak, you may, but I really want to encourage you that this is your time to listen.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Justin, I'm sure if you email any one of us,
Okay.
we are as transparent as we could be.
Okay.
And we would be happy to respond to your question.
Excellent.
At the appropriate time.
Right.
I am not trying to be disrespectful.
I understand.
We literally have 3 pages of people who want to speak.
Understood.
Your opinion is important. We have budget also tonight.
Got it. And thank you for the work on the budget. I know that's...
Yes, sir.
Oof. So thank you. I'll be emailing all of you, and please, if you could respectfully get back to me as soon as possible with that you were interested in that so I can begin the dialogue.
Thank you. Chris Straight. Are you here, Chris? Are you sure? Okay. Thank you, Chris. Christina Holden Shea, Jordan Sereno. I'm sorry, Jordan. I can't pronounce your hyphenated last name. Sorry. And then Jonathan Hart. So we have Christina, Jordan, and then Jonathan. Please come forward. You have 2 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to make this as concise as possible. I am here about the policy surrounding gender, nonconforming, and transgender students and the protections of Title IX. And I'm going to just try to run through this fast. And it's called Secrets and Fear. This is how I grew up. We're a family that kept secrets. In our family growing up, we even kept secrets from family members. And I'm going to jump to the chase. My dad was transgender. We called it transsexual back then, okay? And they separated. So we lived with this fear of what people thought in the neighborhood because they didn't know. So we were kind of like, we didn't say things. We were very evasive about this because we were afraid. And the most afraid person was my mother. She didn't know this when she married him in 1954. But 4 kids later, and a Catholic priest telling her all these thoughts in his head will go away, it didn't happen because it doesn't. You can't brainwash these people into being something they're not. I found out about Dad, Barbara, when I was 15. And actually, I was quite intrigued by the whole thing because Phil Donahue had devoted a show to it, and it became water cooler talk, which sent my mother spiraling down a rabbit hole of anxiety, depression, panic attacks, agoraphobia. She basically became a benzodiazepine addict. And those drugs basically ate her brain. 2019, she died of Alzheimer's. Now, I took care of Barbara throughout her ailing years, too. We lost her in 2021. Fear and losing protections kills. Kids are killing themselves. We find out the leading cause of death of transgender women is murder. Which brings me to my next point. When we closed the lid on Barbara, also my dad, my daughter announced a few months later that her husband is now her wife. She's transgender. They're stationed in England in the Air Force. My now daughter-in-law is about to be drummed out of the military, just 6 months short of her retirement of 20 years and 3 deployments, serving her country, and there she's on edge about, I know this has nothing to do with this school right now, but about losing everything. And this is why my blood boils when someone wants to remove protections. I was so impressed when my kids became high school students and there was a GSRI here. I was like, oh my goodness, with a gay brother and also 2 more transsexual cousins. It seems to be a thing on my dad's side of the family, it's like, it's okay with me. It's, and this is the thing. It's like people, attitudes who don't know, and like the lady said before me, get to know somebody who is LGBTQ+. Get to know these people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan? Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, committee. My name is Jordan Serino Siniskalki.
Say that one more time, Sen.
Serino Siniskalki.
Thank you.
Had to get very good at spelling I'm a 30-year-long Chariho resident. My entire academic career was spent in the Chariho school system, from Hope Valley Elementary to the middle and high school campus we're on now. My mother worked here for years, both as a teacher's aide and as director of the high school drama club. I also had the fortune of working at summer camps in Charlestown for a decade and was lucky enough to help cultivate further generations of smart, creative, and compassionate Chariho kids. It is this local, firsthand experience of this school system that brings me here today, because the Chariho I grew up in, one of tolerance and compassion, is being threatened by those who believe that our school policies of censorship, discrimination, and civil liberties are all rules that can be adjusted and not a codified right of every American. The Chariho, I know, has one of the best education programs in the entire state with some of the best and most qualified teachers. They provide an array of resources to teach children not only real-world skills, but the capacity to learn, think, and grow. Superintendent Barry Ritchie, may he rest in peace. I love y'all, but I gotta make sure I get through all of this. Made it a point to let students know that they were welcome, regardless of race, regardless of religious practice, regardless of gender identity, regardless of which stupid bathroom they wanted to use. From the foundation up, high school principal Bob Mitchell reminded us every day to treat one another with what? Dignity and respect. I was lucky enough to learn about all the things that made America incredible. Our culture, our music, our sports, our heroes of democracy, our triumphs in science and human perseverance. I also learned about history, about cultures from every corner of the world, the history of every major religion, and the global impact we as humans have on our planet. I was also fortunate to learn about the darker side of our country and of the world. Slavery, the civil rights movement, the Holocaust, the Trail of Tears, Japanese internment camps. While it stung, and to this day constantly gives me dilemmas to reflect upon, it was necessary to learn for perspective, for understanding why these things happened, and for preventing them from ever happening again. Banned books were a required part of our curriculum because the school committee knew that banning books was an integral step towards fascism and the actions of someone not looking to protect students, but to control them.
Jordan,
One more sentence. The policies being challenged today are sacred. They are instrumental to the preservation of our students and indeed our residents' freedom. I say, in honor of the teachers who shaped us, in honor of the community who supports us, and in honor of the legacy of Barry Ritchie, if your intention is to undermine the rights and safety of our students, you're going to have to get through all of us. Thank you.
Jonathan? So we have Jonathan, Bob Caradillo, Lisa Maynard Manlove, Kristen Chambers. So please come forward. Jonathan, please. Jonathan, yes.
Hello, my
Hi.
name is Jonathan Hart. I stand here tonight as a concerned citizen. I'm concerned for the state of our society and most of all for the youth. I prepared this to speak tonight because I had heard there were folks who want to censor material relating to LGBTQ issues. Yes, this is a concern of mine, but it goes far beyond that. It's about giving youth the vocabulary and knowledge to understand themselves and the world around them, but also to protect themselves. When I was a teenager, I was groomed and manipulated. I thought because I wasn't assaulted that I wasn't abused, but because of that, I was unaware of how it affected me mentally. It wasn't until recently that I realized the severity of the effects of those events. I was reading a book by a therapist by the name of Faith G. Harper. As she delved into the lasting effects of trauma, I realized that it applied to me. Once I was able to say I was abused, everything became so clear, and it helped to have the tools to recognize that. The books written by this author and similar ones aren't meant for children, so I'm not suggesting books of this nature be shared in these schools. But there are books with materials meant specifically for younger audiences, particularly those ones with the onset of puberty, who will need help during this transition. So you may be asking, why am I bringing up these topics? What does it have to do with LGBT issues? Well, the book I was reading and books meant for middle schoolers may not be centered on LGBT topics, but are at the very least friendly to those topics. As a result, if we were to censor any kind of queer material, that would extend to material that would help kids protect themselves against those that would take advantage of them. Even teaching elementary schoolers just to list things like consent can help. And we should allow middle schoolers to learn about puberty and how to care for their changing bodies. And high schoolers should have access to safe sexual education, which is something I never had. If someone had taken the time to teach me about sex and what constitutes abuse, I could have gotten help sooner or avoid the situation I was put in entirely. I now identify as queer, but it took a long time to accept that. While all my friends were going on dates and getting to their first relationships, I was questioning why it felt so weird to ask out a girl. Of course, there's no timeline for these things, but LGBT topics being normalized would have saved me a lot of trouble. I'm speaking tonight because I don't want any other kid to go through what I went through. I want them to feel comfortable with living their life. The bottom line is sexuality is a bodily function just as much as breathing and eating, and we should be able to give pubescent youth the opportunity to learn about that. And being LGBT isn't a choice, and it's something that doesn't hurt to learn about. As someone who was raised Catholic, I was never told homosexuality was wrong, and transgender issues were never brought up. Folks cite Leviticus as to why homosexuality goes against God, but the point of that book was cleansing the Israelites from what defiled the land they fled from. And Jesus' sacrifice led to the eventual cleanse, so there is no need to judge those who are queer. And we can follow Jesus' golden rule that he holds above all else. Treat those as you would like to be treated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bob? Let's be respectful. We're not going to tolerate that, okay?
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm not tolerating that. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Robert Caradillo, Westerly. Congratulations to all of the district athletic champions this evening who were honored at the beginning of the meeting. I'm here to speak about the girls specifically tonight. A federal judge invalidated the Biden administration's attempted illegal hijacking of Title IX on January 9th. Then President Trump signed 2 executive orders restoring Title IX to its original intent, which was to protect citizens, especially girls, against discrimination based on sex, not gender identity. These executive orders, which are now federal law, keep...
Let him speak. Let's be respectful of the speaker. We gave everybody their time. Listen, the rules.
An executive order is federal law. That's 100% true.
I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess if we can't get this under control. Okay? Let's be respectful. Continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These executive orders, which are now federal law, keep...
I'll call for a motion to adjourn. I will. Let's go. Let's relax, okay? Let him speak. Let him speak.
Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
We need to pass a budget.
Oh, my God.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hey, folks, listen. I know it's not comfortable for some of you. It's not for me. But let the man at least just speak. You can disagree with him all you want. You can follow him out the door and disagree with him. Just let him speak.
Really?
So we can let's move on to
Okay.
the business.
All right.
So we can move on to the business of our kids tonight. All right? Thank you.
You got a second.
I wouldn't advise that, by the way.
Did we get a second?
We did. They have to withdraw. That's when I have.
So, yes, sir.
Shut the microphone off. Adjourning this meeting at this point in time, giving the public the opportunity to speak is a disservice to this community and to you. Give them a 2-minute warning. I agree with you that we have to speak the facts, but we're not fact checking. You can have to say whether we agree or disagree, whether it's a law or it isn't. It's not the purpose of this meeting. Therefore, conduct this meeting with the evidence.
So I'm going to ask for my fellow. Okay. I'm going to ask for my fellow committeemen and women if they would withdraw their motion to adjourn and their second, please. We have business to discuss tonight. I would like to discuss this business respectfully. We have a lot to do this evening. I understand everybody's point of view. We've given folks the opportunity to speak this evening, and I would like to move forward with this meeting. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if they will withdraw their motion to adjourn and withdraw their second, please.
I am now withdrawing my motion to adjourn.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are going to move forward. We did. Yes, we did, sir. Thank you. Mr. Caradillo, will you continue? You have 2 minutes. Everybody else has 2 minutes. And when the alarm goes off, we are going to move on. So please be concise, and we will listen to you respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These executive orders keep biological males out of female sports and private spaces and eliminated the mandated use of pronouns by teachers and staff. You got your letter recently from the Rhode Island Center of Freedom and Prosperity, which I won't go into because of time. Instead of heeding the bogus advice of the Attorney General, this committee needs to do two things. Change your Title IX policy. Kids confused with their sexual identity will be protected by other means, just not Title IX. People need to understand that. Change your Title IX policy as Westerly, North Kingstown, Barrington, and others have done to President Trump's 2020 ruling, which protects all people against discrimination based on sex, not gender identity. That's Title IX. Exactly the way it was intended in 1972. Protect our girls. You need to dump the RIDE trans guidance policy, which also violates federal law, and toss Rona's letter in the trash. You cannot continue to place our girls in unsafe, uncomfortable, and unlawful situations. In spite of urgings from myself and others over the last few years, I'm wrapping up, you continued to sexualize Charahoe's kids. You continue to place Charahoe's girls. You continue to place Charahoe's girls in unsafe, unlawful, and unfair situations, all because of some sick agenda and the gutless lack of courage by the leadership of this district. Now you have no choice. Comply now.
I'm calling for order in this auditorium. Enough.
Comply now.
And Bob, wrap it up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comply now or face some very unpleasant consequences from the OCR, loss of federal funds, etc. Your fascination with gender identity is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Terrible. Lisa? Kristen and Lisa McCabe.
Hello, members of the committee.
Hold on, Lisa. I just want to make sure everybody's paying attention and that they're affording you the respect you deserve.
My name's Lisa Manlove. I am a lifelong Hopkinton resident. I'm a Charahoe graduate, mom of 3 kids who have gone through the Charahoe system. I am a family physician at Wood River Health and the physician of record for the school district. The Charahoe School mission has 2 sentences. The second one is to create a safe and supportive environment where all students are treated with kindness and respect. Anti-trans discrimination, in fact, any discriminatory policy, threatens this mission. Being LGBTQ is not a choice, any more than I had a choice to be born with blue eyes. It is not a choice. We know that trans students are bullied more than their cisgender students. 38% of trans students are bullied in school, and that's just in person. 12% for cisgender students. We know that bullying leads to decreased attendance, decreased academic success, and decreased overall health. I can vouch that in 20+ years of practicing in this community as a family physician, I have seen directly the effects that this has on students, especially our LGBTQ students. A sense of community and a sense of school connections, respect, and understanding helps all students achieve academic and social success. Our current climate of derogatory and discriminatory talk and actions will have a negative effect on all students, not just LGBTQ. It is hard to learn in a negative environment. It is hard to learn when your classmates or yourself are in fear. We as adults need to act as role models. We need to put into practice treating all people with respect, as stated in our mission statement. We need to be the leaders in our community.
Thank you, Lisa. So we have Kristen, Lisa McCabe, and Jim Knapp. Kristen?
Thank you. I'm Kristen Chambers from Richmond. Book banning and censorship is unconstitutional. No one is forcing children to read books that their parents disapprove of. Parents have freedom of choice, and there's a protocol in place if you do not wish your child to be exposed to ideas you are uncomfortable with. Please keep your hands off others' freedom of reading choice. Trust the librarians and information specialists, the trained professionals who know their job and know the Charahoe Library Media Center policy. I would love to hear student voices on the subject, and I wish the kids had stayed. Allow students of all ages to share their thoughts about adults telling them what they can and cannot read. Let them take inspiration from Mary Beth Tinker from Iowa, who was a 13-year-old junior high school student, back when it was called junior high, not middle school, in December 1965, when she and a group of students decided to wear black armbands to school to protest the war in Vietnam. The school board got wind of the protest and passed a preemptive ban. When Mary Beth arrived at school on December 16th, she was asked to remove the armband. 13-year-old Mary Beth and 4 other students, including her brother John, were suspended. The students and their families filed a First Amendment lawsuit. A 4-year court battle ensued and culminated in the landmark 1969 Supreme Court decision, Tinker versus Des Moines, which holds that students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate.
Kristen. Kristen, 15 seconds, please.
I urge students to follow in Mary Beth Tinker's footsteps and stand up for their civil rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa McCabe? Is Lisa here? Okay, we will move on. Jim Knapp, Elaine Ritchie, Dana Cabral. Can you come forward, please? There's no Jim Knapp? Okay. Elaine Ritchie, Dana Cabral, Debbie Michelli? Okay.
Hi, thank you. My name is Elaine Ritchie. I'm a resident of Charlestown. I also went to school here and graduated in 1995. And I also have a daughter who is a freshman, and she has played 4 years at the Charahoe system. And I can tell you, as a parent of a female athlete, I fear no transgender person. Thank you. And I just want to thank the lawyer John Anderson for having the chair committee actively listening, and I want to applaud almost all of you. Thank you so much for paying attention. The one person I thought that would be paying attention to everyone speaking before me is you, Polly Hopkins, and it's very disheartening to see you not paying attention when this is your agenda. But I also want to touch base on the gentleman that spoke before me about the executive order. And I just want to remind, and it seems like everyone here knows their rights, and I just want to remind the school committee meeting that federal law and state law trumps, that's a funny word, trumps executive orders. We don't have a king, we don't have a dictatorship, and you can laugh, you can respect me, but federal and state laws are Title IX, and I read every single policy, and I'm sorry I'm shaking, this is really passionate for me. I read every single policy, and our school has done a great job because every single policy mimics what the Title IX is, and federal law, we cannot change those policies. We cannot change it, and there's no bullying that's going to say an executive order is going to take away our funding because you can't do that. It's not only the federal laws, but our state laws, even for minors' consent. That is 16, and for gender, there's no age limit on it. So our policies are correct, and we should stand strong with them. And going forward in growth, we want to go forward for the better. We don't want to regress.
Thank you.
This is an education system, and we had a doctor speaking. We teach our kids about math and education to become a doctor, but our actions show them we don't respect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana? Hi, Dana.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Sorry for the slowness.
Take your time.
My name is Dana Cabral. I'm here representing the Rhode Island chapter of PFLAG, which is parents and friends of gay and lesbian people. I myself am a transgender woman. I am a lifelong resident of the state of Rhode Island, a product of the Rhode Island public school system. I served my country for 13 years in the Army.
Thank you for your service.
And I can tell you that being transgender, being gay, or being lesbian is not something somebody chooses, because it is something that is very hard to be. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's not an easy thing. I was bullied in middle school, junior high school. I work with kids in inner city who do not have places to sleep because their parents have thrown them out of their house. I myself tried to kill myself. This is any type. This country, I've never heard of a democracy burning or banning books. I've heard fascist and Nazi countries do that. We are not a fascist country. We are not a Nazi country. We are democracy. And democracy will win out. I ask you folks to protect each and every one of your students, because they deserve your respect and your protection. I walked down that long corridor, and I seen signs about no bullying, treat people with kindness, and removing protection from your LGBT students is not doing that. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Debbie? So we have Debbie, John Clark, Lynn Toshiro, and Donna Castor. Debbie, thank you. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
I am Debbie Michelli. I am a Richmond resident. I went to this school. I have taught in this district for 38 years. I have hundreds of students that are my family, and my classroom is a place of safety, and this school and this district has always been a place of safety. No child should be afraid to come to school. No academics can ever be accomplished when children are afraid. I celebrate those children who sat here today and played so beautifully, all the children who received recommendations for what they've done. I think that's wonderful. Let's celebrate what they've done, but let's also take into our hearts what we're doing to children when the message you are giving is that there is a population in our community that you don't feel is good enough. And the teachers in this district don't feel that way. They are their students, and they will protect them. And they know that what the statistics are for those kids, that many of those children commit suicide, that many of those children self-medicate with alcohol and drugs, that so many of them have lives that are affected by the bullying, something that we know affects them their whole lives, they carry inside of them. That is not your job here to let this occur. You cannot do anything to take those protections away. Please don't do that, because it will be on you. It really will. Our school is a safe harbor, and that's the way it should remain. Please consider what you're doing, and please get to know some people, because if they ever spoke to you and said how they felt inside, I'm sure you'd realize you'd see them as a person. And And how can you deny them the protection that every other child would get?
Thank you. John,
Good evening.
welcome.
For your records, my given name is John Clark, Woonsocket resident. I'm addressed as JoJo, they, them pronouns. It's been said, testimony is best personal. I am transgender. Policies and rights come personally. Fortunately, I speak in unison with other voices of our state, like Rhode Island Atheists and the Women Project. Your school board is banded to serve and protect this county, this state, this nation's future generation. You will remember this time by the decisions you make in this service. When you crush words, you crush imagination. When you crush voices, you crush freedom. When you crush representation, you crush expression and identity. And when you crush protection, you're crushing lives. Do not feel threatened of change. Change is growth, and like each flower is unique, each has a name. Respect starts first with a name. Disrespect ends in pain. Protect the whole garden, and don't churn out cookie-cutter GMO of a world. Let's accept our bittersweet history and relish in our diversity instead of seeking better homes and gardens, the Trump edition, telling us what to build. Be the gentle steward of the land and not a monoculture of commercial growth. Garden with your heart, and you will know the difference of what you are asked and what you are called by love to do. In the end, you can look back and know you followed a path of love, not today or tomorrow's manufactured fears. You will rest in past knowing you had not been used to help marginalize certain students like mice, as our president sees us, for future oppression and erasure. Please support the Freedom of Read initiatives, the recognition of diversity, equity, and inclusion, including LGBTQ+ rights in the curriculum and classrooms and your library. Support RIDE's policy for the protection of trans and non-binary students. Help make Rhode Island stand as our namesake, an anchor of hope for all in these turbulent times. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Lynn? Huh? Is Lynn Tashiro here? Hello, Lynn. So I have Lynn Tashiro, Donna Castor, Sam Wilcox, and Andrew McCoy. So if you could please make your way forward, thank you. Hello, Lynn.
My name is Lynn Tashiro.
Yes, ma'am.
We've lived in Richmond since 1969. On my mother's side, she was a Fuller. They came on the Mayflower. On my father's side, he was a Preston, and they came in 1623. I want to tell you that the Charahoe School right now does a wonderful job. I'm hoping that you will continue to provide the money and the resources. My eldest daughter received her PhD in plant genetics.
Congratulations.
My younger daughter received her doctorate of pharmacy. Okay, but what I'm really here for is to make sure that you do not block the use of books for any reason. And I'm going to tell you why. My husband, at 6 years old, was incarcerated in a camp with his entire family because he was of Japanese descent. He was born here in this country, as well as his other siblings. His parents owned a grocery store that they had worked very hard for. They had 2 weeks to pack up everything and leave. And they were put in horse stalls until they were shipped to a camp in the middle of nowhere in Colorado. I want your library to be able to put things and information like that in there. My husband's sister, as well as other women who were incarcerated at the camp, wrote stories called, among other things, From Our Side of the Fence. These young children were put behind barbed wire with armed guards pointing the guns at the families. In spite of what the government tried to say, that they were there to protect the Japanese Americans, they were not.
Lynn, we're going to give you 20 more seconds.
What's that?
20 more seconds, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The men in the camps were asked if they would volunteer to be in the service. If they said no, they were sent to a real detention center. If they said yes, they got to join the 442nd, which was the most decorated group of veterans in World War II. My father was in World War II, and he told me plain and clear, they used them as fodder. In the Battle of the Bulge, they put them in the most difficult places there was, and they ended up the most decorated. I wonder, and I hope, that you'd be willing to put this book in the library for the children that are of the age.
Thank you, Lynn.
Lastly, I would say that on my father's side, it's been documented that they have fought in every war since the French and Indian War. And in World War II, Roosevelt was afraid they didn't know what they were fighting for. And they were fighting for the essential human freedoms, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. And I would ask as you vote that you consider all those things.
Thank you, Lynn. Donna Castor. Okay, so we have Donna, Samantha, Andrew McCoy, and Eliza Spears. Okay. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Donna Castor. I'm not comfortable talking in front of people. I actually signed that thinking it was just a sign in. But after
you don't know what you're getting yourself into.
After listening to some of the people and some of the things that they've said, it resonates with me. One of the comments one of the gentlemen made was, these policies, who are they hurting? And, I thought about it. I don't think they're hurting anybody. I wish what we knew coming here, though, that, because this is long. You guys have been working hard on the budget and everything, long meeting. I wish we knew, what we were here, what we're looking at in these policies. I know about one because it was of interest to me, the photo one, and I reached out and I emailed. So, and then others I can see, maybe, why we're here. So I wish we knew that. I think it was Elaine brought up about her daughter not being uncomfortable playing sports, and it made me think about my own children who went here. And same thing, my daughter she didn't play sports, but never once did she tell me she was uncomfortable. My son, neither one ever uncomfortable. I teach at the high school. I teach an elective. I have seen many, many students in my classroom. They feel very comfortable talking to me about a lot of things, having a boyfriend problem, they're fighting with their parents, things like that. And now thinking about it, I've never had a student tell me they were uncomfortable in their sport, in the bathroom, anything like that. So I just wanted to, put that out here and say that I think, you guys are all here. I know some of you personally. I know some of you I've met and talked to. I feel like you're here and you're going to do what's best for the children. And maybe you've heard things we haven't. Maybe you've had emails from parents or students themselves. So I'm hopeful.
Thank you, Donna. Samantha?
I hope it doesn't fall on me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. My name's Samantha Wilcox. I'm a resident of Hope Valley, and I'm the president of the Richmond Town Council, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. Just feel like I always have to give that disclosure. I was going to say something else this evening and ask the school committee to refocus on the aging elementary schools and the very important things that you have in front of you. But after hearing all these stories, they're so inspiring, I've changed course. I support the majority of the speakers tonight. If you're angry or upset, want to protect the people, support freedom to read, or truly look out for all children all the time, I ask you to run for school committee in 2026. Yes, all of you. There will be 3 seats up in Hopkinton, 2 in Richmond, and 1 in Charlestown. You can do it. We need you.
3 in
and
Charlestown.
Clearly, 3 in Charlestown. 3 in Hopkinton.
3 in Charlestown, 2 in Richmond, 2 in Hopkinton.
And 2 in Hopkinton.
Excuse me, 3 in Hopkinton. So 3,
more
3, and
seats
2.
than I thought. One of them had 1. Anyway, we will figure that out and fact check it and get it back later so we don't make false statements. I just want to say you can do it. We need you. And clearly by the presence tonight, you'll be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Hello, my name is Andrew McCoy. I'm a resident of Richmond. I've had kids and now grandkids.
Andrew, excuse me 1 second. Can you speak a little bit louder? Because I don't think people in the back can hear you, and I can barely hear you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Andrew McCoy. I'm a resident of Richmond. I've had kids and now grandkids going to the schools here. The reason we live in this town is because we like the schools here. But I'm concerned because there shouldn't be any reason for all of us to not to teach respect for all. And LGBTQ is part of all, so we should respect them as well. And going back to what somebody else said about pronouns, pronouns are just part of respect. You're going to call somebody what they would like to be called. If your name is Robert and you want to be called Bob, then you call him Bob. But my original concern was the concept of any kind of book banning is something that is very repugnant to me. We shouldn't have ideas hidden before even being considered by our children. Societies that ban books, they wither and they rot and they die. Our community should resist that with everything that they can. We need to respect our next generation and make sure they can see everything that we've done, good or bad, in the past.
Thank you, sir. Eliza Spears? Is Eliza here? Okay, oh, that's right, you said that earlier, sorry about that. Katie, is it Kabina? Katie? Yeah. Okay, so we've got Katie, Joan Kent, Sarah Ornstein, and Jennifer Wood. Hi, Katie. So,
Hi there.
We've got probably about 10 more speakers, so I'm really going to hold you to 2 minutes, and I'm going to ask you to be concise. And we welcome your applause and your participation, but that just takes time away from the speakers. So I'm just going to ask you if you can hold your applause until the very end when they're finished with their remarks. I'd appreciate that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of the school board. Thank you for your service. I am standing with the majority of my colleagues who have spoken here today in support of upholding the strong protections that exist within Title IX. I am a resident of Charlestown. I have 2 boys in the high school, and I have loved this district. This district has
raised my children as well as I have, and the teachers and administrators have instilled in my kids the values that I hold dear, the values that the mission claims to uphold of respect and kindness and being open to difference. And so difference really wasn't ever an issue with my children. And when I told them that the Title IX was being threatened, and I explained it to them, my older son, who's a junior and he plays on the soccer team and stuff and has friends from every single town, said, I don't understand. The students don't care that there are students that may be different. Why do they care? Why are they messing with our policies and our protections? And so he doesn't think about it very deeply, but what I did gather from that is that this is not an issue. Our children don't feel threatened. They very much feel like they're accepting their student body for whoever they may be. And isn't that the most American thing you can do, is to choose your own identity in this world? I think that is what liberty and freedom is. And so I think that that's something that we should consider. Our teachers here, I'm a 30-year in the education and youth development field. And what I will say is the teachers here, they have to do something called differentiated instruction. It's not easy. They have to teach every kid as an individual. And in that, they're seeing every kid as an individual. So to you and to the parents and to all the students, thank God they've been seen. Every student should be seen for who they are and respected for who they are. And I hope you will carry that forward in your policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. Joan Kent. And then Sarah Ornstein's on deck, and then Jennifer Wood. So if you can come forward.
Joan Kent from Richmond.
Joan, right into the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Thank
Can
you.
Hear me? I just want to say that all children need protection, a good education, and we need to accept one another, respect everyone. If you respect people, people will respect you back. I believe that all children are God's children, and they deserve a life. And bullying has been going on for years, not just with the LGBTQ community, but with the gay community, but just the average kid. And those things need to stop everywhere. God bless everyone. God bless all our children and the people in this community. I think we all want to reach a common goal to make life better and learning for our children. We try to get it and go through different ways of doing that. But respect is the most important thing that we can do for each other. Because all of you people work very hard to try to bring the best in this community for not just the children, but everyone that's sitting here. So I thank you for listening. I thank all of you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sarah Ornstein, Jennifer Wood, Chris Fee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am a Charahoe graduate, and I have never been so proud as I am tonight. All these graduates speaking out so eloquently. I am also a resident of Charlestown. I chose to raise my own children here. And I am a librarian. And I'm here tonight because I'm concerned about the proposed revision of the library media policy. I'm concerned that it's about banning books. I've been watching what has happened in other school districts in Rhode Island and around the country, and where the scrutiny of what is in the library really comes down to censoring books, especially those with LGBTQ characters. And that should not happen in this district. We have excellent school media specialists here. We need to let them do their jobs. They work closely with students to help them select appropriate books. They purchase books that the students have asked for. They purchase books that have won awards and that have been well reviewed. And books that represent different viewpoints, because we do live in a community with families that have different viewpoints. When a book isn't right for your family, you don't have to borrow it or read it, but it is censorship to ask to have a book removed from the library so that no one else can read it. Please don't go down the road of infringing on our children's right to read or for their right to see themselves and their families represented in books.
Thank you. Jennifer? Hi, Jennifer.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Wood. I'm a licensed attorney and have practiced education law in Rhode Island for over 40 years, including 10 years as chief legal counsel at the State Department of Education. There's been a lot of discussion lately about whether presidential executive orders issued since January 20th require or compel school districts to revise policies that protect students from discrimination and that require a safe and inclusive learning environment for all students. I am here tonight to tell you that executive orders cannot compel policy changes for your district, and that federal and state laws and regulations that have not changed since January 20th prohibit you from reducing or eliminating anti-discrimination policies. These legally required policies support safe and inclusive schools for your students. A presidential executive order is an instruction to federal agencies as to how to manage their operations. Executive orders cannot change statutes or regulations. Only Congress, the General Assembly, or delegated agencies can do those things. Since the turn of this century, Rhode Island law has prohibited discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, second in the nation to do so, and very proud of that. The United States Supreme Court has recognized that discrimination on these same bases also violates federal law. You may hear that some federal courts have held that Title IX does not protect transgender students from discrimination. However, these rulings were in other states. It is the Federal Appeals Court in Boston that interprets these laws for Rhode Island. That court has ruled that transgender students are protected from unequal treatment, and the federal court in New Hampshire, which is in our appeals court district, has ruled that Title IX does protect transgender students from discrimination. These First Circuit interpretations of law are binding in Rhode Island unless and until the U.S. Supreme Court rules otherwise. In summary, federal and state law in 2025 protects transgender students, and State Board of Education regulations, which have the full force and effect of law in Rhode Island today, require that your policies reflect those protections. Please do not reconsider legally mandated policies that protect students from discrimination and harassment. They provide all of your students with a safe and inclusive learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Fee, Heidi Fee, Catherine Giusti, Helen Sheehan. Please make your way down to the front. Is Chris Fee here? Okay.
Hi, Chris Fee, Charlestown. As far as an executive mandate goes, it's clear that it won't fly. It's not legal, and I'm sure some people are going to still try to force it. What strikes me most about this attempt to deny the rights of people who are a little different than we are, it's disgraceful, quite frankly. I'm 70, so when I grew up, hopefully, there were no trans people. I get a little freaked out, no offense to anybody here. If I see two guys kissing, I'm not comfortable. But that's my problem. They're not hurting anybody. Leave them alone. This is essentially church law. This is based by religious people who think they know who God is and nobody else does. All right? This is not a church. This is not your church. This is a public school where everybody is welcome, all faiths are welcome, all ideas are welcome. And to try to shut them off is about as un-American as I can think of. And I'm not that great a patriot. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Fee, are you here? Hi, Heidi.
Okay, that's tough to follow.
Yes.
Anyway, I just wanted to say, as a teacher, I support all of my students, including those who identify as transgender or however they identify. I've had several transgender students in my class. They were delightful, and the kids did not care. Nobody felt traumatized. Nobody felt afraid. The kids didn't care. It's only the adults who cared. And our Rhode Island Attorney General, as someone more eloquently than me stated, we have guidance that we are not supposed to touch these Title IX protections. So it is my recommendation that you don't make any changes. So I think I would like to end by recapping something that Mr. Ritchie used to say all the time. It was this: all kids, all the time. What's the next part? Anyone? No excuses. We don't all know that? Let's try it again. All kids, all the time, no excuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, Helen, and Kate Kelly. Catherine, you're next. Yes, thank you.
Hi, everybody. As the former chair who served right before Ms. Dinsmore, I would like to thank you all for being here. This is incredible, and I hope we continue to see participation like this, because this is the first step in this battle. Please know that this will not end tonight. They will keep trying to get this rammed through. My mind has gone all over the place, but what I would urge you is to pause. You are going against the advice of your legal counsel, who keeps winning for you. You'd be going against the advice of the Attorney General. You'd be going against the advice of the Rhode Island Department of Education. And in case you're wondering, if they get rid of the Federal Department of Education, you will be bound by RIDE. I don't think you want to poke the bear. You've heard from people here tonight that your community does not want you to change these policies. You have made children afraid. I cannot believe that that is your goal. But if that was your goal, you have accomplished it. I talked to my student tonight and asked her, are kids talking about this? And she said, no, Mom, kids are talking about biology class. And they're talking about the Skills USA competition. And they're talking about the Italian homework. They're not worried about who's using the bathroom next to them. This is an adult manufactured problem. I filed several APRA requests, which I'm happy to share with you, to make sure that my own bias didn't cloud my judgment. And let me be clear, there have been no assaults perpetrated in a Charahoe bathroom by transgender students, 0. But there were by boys. So maybe start the conversation with boys. You can't erase transgender students. You can't erase transgender people. They exist whether you understand them or not. All kids all the time means just that. Not the kids that you understand, not the kids that you like, it's all of them. That's your charge as school committee members. The fact that I've heard tonight that you're getting emails from constituents and not bothering to respond, that's cowardly governance. You owe them a response. Finally, for those of you who are part of Moms for Liberty, I'm a mom too. Leave my kids alone.
Helen? Helen?
Hi, I'm Helen Sheehan. I'm from Richmond. When I think about boys and girls playing in sports together, I think it's fine up until 14 or 15. But after that, the physical differences are real. I don't believe it is safe for the girls after age 15 to be playing in sports with boys. To me, that is just keeping the children safe. As they get older, you see it more and more because the boys will win the competition by minutes or hours because of they have musculature and just body structure that helps them. So I would like to save girls' sports. Starting at 15, up to that, they're about equal. The other issue is, I'm a licensed psychotherapist. What I know is that when children have questions about their identity, there are often many reasons why they have those questions. And their actual gender identity often is at the end of the list. When they have been sexually abused, abandoned, called worthless, stupid, ugly, when they have been in homes where there was sexual violence of them or family members, when they've been homeless. There are lots of things that interfere with how people feel about themselves. So I believe it's really important for the people working in the schools when a child says that, to not just jump to, okay, we should get her into a gender identity program. They should really be talking to someone who can listen to what is the real story.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, Kate Kelly. Ronald Araglano.
Yep.
Okay. Justin Bales, Carol Hamill, and Carrie Caparco. And I think that is it for public comment. So Kate, you are next.
Good evening.
Good evening, Kate. Just speak right into that microphone, please.
My name is Kate Kelly. I'm a Richmond resident for over 20 years and a retired library media specialist who worked for the Charahoe Middle School for approximately 20 years. I came tonight to support LGBTQ students and their families and to advocate for library media center policies that continue to support having a collection that meets the needs of all Charahoe students, and in particular tonight, LGBTQ students. I am very concerned, given the record of the Moms for Liberty organization on banning books, particularly on topics pertaining to LGBTQ students. Given the composition of the current school committee, the needs of those students may not be addressed. I speak the truth as I read it off the website today. I knew nothing about Moms for Liberty last week.
We're going to let her finish. Please hold your outbursts. Sorry, we're going to hold our outbursts. We have 5 more people. Let's get through this.
I knew nothing about Moms for Liberty last week, so I went to a primary source, the national site for the organization, to try to learn more about what they stood for. I have to say, I was somewhat horrified to read their whole section about critical race theory. Racism should not be whitewashed or minimized. The teaching of history should be based on actual fact. Racism and institutionalized racism have been part of American history, and it is only by teaching our students the truth that we will have a more compassionate future. Again, given the composition of the school committee, I fear for any curriculum related to history and race that they may be required to approve. Tonight, I stand for LGBTQ rights. I stand for diversity. I stand for inclusion and providing an education that respects all the students who attend Charahoe schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Ronald? Is Ronald here? Hello, Ronald. Come on, right up. You have a Robert Kraft is your twin. I always tell him that.
Hi, my name is Ron Arreglado. I live in Charlestown, and I was once a member of the Charahoe School Committee, 6 years.
Thank you.
I commend you for the hard work. It is not an easy job. I don't think people realize the hours and the amount of time you have to spend in getting through very, very comprehensive and sometimes very, very troubling issues. I just want to personally thank Attorney Wood for giving an eloquent dissertation on the issue of federal law versus an executive order. Article 2 of the Constitution very clearly gives the president the authority to assure the faithful execution of laws. An executive order is a directive to the administration and the agencies to carry out faithfully the laws. Title IX is a law. It is not superseded by an executive order. What troubled me was this person that spoke threatened you with lawsuits. They are frivolous, and Attorney Woods expressed that. Do not be clouded by the rhetoric of people who are providing you with alternative facts. I want to be clear about something else within the Constitution. The co-founder of the Independence, the Declaration of Independence, in that document, there are 4 inalienable rights, 2 of which are the right to freedom of speech and the right of education. John Adams, as part of the mission statement of Moms of Liberty, said children should be educated and instructed in the principles of learning. I have 50 years in the business of education. I've seen it at the local, the state, and the national level. I traveled this country, and I saw many, many schools, urban, suburban, and rural, providing quality education, public education to students across this country. As a member of this school committee, I had the pleasure of working with the late Barry Ritchie, and like many of the people here stated, all the kids all the time, no excuses, is a mantra that took hold and made Charahoe an extraordinary school district, devoid of any of this distractions of what children should be reading and what children should not be reading. That is the right of the parent. I look around this audience and I see people who are at least 18 years old or older who went to school in schools across this country, a lot of them here. I think you did okay. We didn't have banned books because part of learning is to develop critical skills, to discern right from wrong. What is something that is acceptable to you that is not acceptable to me? The gentleman that said, I may have a problem with 2 guys kissing. It's my problem, so he said. I think that we have to not get embroiled in this, what we think this is a conversation that is going to enhance learning. It's a distraction, and it is a disservice to you, the children of this community, and the parents of this community. I strongly urge you to, as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Title IX is a law, and I would be one of the first to sign any petition that threatens that sanctity of the law in support of what's going on in the school district.
Justin? Is Justin here? Hey, Justin.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time. I know it's late, and I can't believe I got to follow up Ronald. So I got a C- in public speaking when I was in school. You know, I guess what I would just like to say is that the idea of choice has always been incredibly important to me, and it's certainly something that I've taught my children. And to the point in which our family chose to send our daughter to Charahoe through the CTE program. Because we toured the school, we met the faculty, and everybody was wonderful. And I just want to thank everybody for all the work that they do that actually work in the school. And also, I don't understand why people think and feel what they do. And I try not to, because that's up to them. That's their choice. And what I'm asking of everybody that's on the school board is to respect my child's choice to be able to access information, to be able to contemplate ideas, and to be able to figure out who she is in this world. And that's her choice. And by limiting the access to information, right, by adults choosing what is relevant information in the library or in a classroom, it completely inhibits my kid's ability to learn and become her best self. And I do not think that if it ain't broke, don't fix it is a great terminology that Donald used. This is a wonderful school. You got great people that work here. And I would encourage you to just stay on track. And the fact that we're here at 9 o'clock at night and we're not even through public comments, you haven't even been able to vote on your budget. When I went to go pick my kid up from work and had to leave, there was 12 police officers in the school bus parking lot. Because that's what our discourse has become. And this is what we're teaching our kids, regardless of what side of the fence you're on. And this is not a political place. This is a place to do right by the kids and the faculty that work here. And that's your job. That's your goal. And I'm not asking anybody to believe what I believe. But I am just asking you, don't infringe my kid's right to information, to education, and to be the person that she wants to be, and to use whatever frickin' bathroom she wants. Because if that's where we're at and we can't vote on a budget because we're talking about bathrooms, like, come on.
Thank you. Carol? Is Carol here? Carol Hamill? Okay. So Carol is not here, and our last speaker is Carrie Caparco. You're up, Carrie.
Thank you, good evening, and thank you for being here. I have been a public librarian, a academic librarian, and a school librarian. I had to get a master's degree, actually, to become a librarian. And we have some rules that librarians use to choose books. And the first thing we do is we take a look at our community, and we then, I'm going to read you the 5 rules that are the foundation. We believe that books should be used. We believe that every reader has their book, and every book has their reader. We also want to save the time of the reader, and that the library is a growing organism. And that part, I think, is really important, because as the woman that came before me that put me in tears, that wants to donate the books to the library, that just speaks to the fact that information we should have access to that. And when my kids were in this school, I learned more from them because of the books that they brought home. And I think that if you take that away from the kids, you're also taking it away from their families, their parents, and their community. So we are professionals, and we make decisions based on the foundations that we were taught as educated professionals. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public forum. Yes.
No, that's not her word. Not in public forum, because you didn't sign up.
So-
She can wait, if it's an agenda item, she can discuss that, if it relates back to the agenda.
So would you be able to direct your comment to a specific policy when we get to the policy section of the agenda?
Because then everybody can, then we gotta let everybody do it.
Come on, guys. So can I just ask, was the material not available for you to sign up? So I'm gonna ask if you can sit tight until we get to that part of the agenda, and then I'd be happy to recognize you. Thank you. Okay. How are we doing? Good. Are we ready to move on? Yes. Okay. So, next, policies. 8A, school lunch program. Mr. Zenyan, would you like to give us some context on this, or the superintendent, please?
I'm just telling you, Mr. Zenyan,
Hold on.
Madam Chair, thank you.
We do have more business to discuss, so we're just going to ask you to, if you are exiting, if you can do so quietly so we can move forward. We have a lot to do over the next several agenda items. Thank you.
I am recommending approval of the school lunch program policy based on the revision for state compliance. Legal has reviewed. Mr. Zenyan's here for any questions.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, that is Tyler. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Anyone opposed? No abstentions? Okay, thank you. Review school committee rules of conduct regarding agenda setting. This was requested by member Chapman. Laura?
So I believe that everybody was provided with a copy of the Chair, point of order.
Let's keep it respectful, please, everyone. Let's move on. We have a lot to do. Laura.
Thanks. So I believe everybody on the committee was provided in our packet documents with a copy of the rules of conduct. And the only change that I was recommending that we make had to do with when a committee member does make a request for a specific agenda item, that if it cannot go on to the next agenda, that the committee member essentially provides a date. You know, if they don't want it to go on there for example, if there's a substantial amount of agenda items on one of those, it would be communicated from the chair, and I just thought that it would make sense to have something in there that if the committee member requests a later date, then that's how that process should work.
So Gina, would we have to ask Member Chapman to work with you to put together language to potentially bring to the school committee to make a revision to that policy?
So, yep, Ms. Chapman could work with myself, legal counsel. I know Mr. Luzon and Ms. Lyle have been chairs, and I think they have always worked, as Ms. Juicy's in the audience as well. And before that, Ryan Callahan, they worked with me to work on the agenda, as you have as the chair. What I can say is, my recommendation, and you all can determine it yourself, is that you allow myself and the chair to coordinate the agenda to ensure that we can think about the constituency and really about the appropriateness, because it's not about quieting school committee members. So please understand, I am a school committee member, and this is my advice, that, again, this is my trust in leadership. Sometimes, you know, I understand everybody wants to say, but there has to be a time where you can trust in us to provide guidance and advice so that we can ensure that the focus remains on all our kids all the time and the priorities that are most important, which right now will be our district transition. So I just ask the committees, when you're thinking about this item, really think about how this impacts our priorities, how we invest in our educators, and how we share with them. The way we organize our agenda tells them what we're focused on and what we prioritize. So it says a lot. I think we heard that tonight. So I just ask that you all think about that when you make decisions about how we create the agendas. And I'm more than happy to listen and be transparent. I just ask for your trust.
Thank you. Jess?
I'm not in agreement about changing this to say that all requests shall be placed on the agenda for said meeting for some of the reasons that Gina had mentioned. I know it's clearly delineated in this rules of conduct that it's the chair in conjunction with the superintendent that decides what goes on the agenda at what time. And I'd like to point out at the start, the intro paragraph to the rules of conduct says that they're adopted to ensure that meetings are efficient and effective. And I think when you put everything that wants to go on the agenda, we lose sight of efficiency and effectiveness. And also, number 3 in that paragraph is the focus of the school committee is on improving educational opportunities for students. So I think keeping the agenda setting as it is in the best interest.
Thank you. Laura, did you have any more comments on this agenda topic?
No, I was trying to, because I thought that I had provided that already, just the language that I was recommending. You couldn't find it either.
It might be in your email. It's in the annotated piece of the agenda.
It says, all requests shall be placed on the agenda for said meeting unless otherwise agreed to by the requester.
Right, that was the language that I was looking to change, because for the Charlestown Town Council, there's similar language. And it just, again, it really just had to do with if there's an agenda item that wants to be, that, somebody on the committee would like to have put onto the agenda, that it goes onto the agenda unless the committee member says otherwise.
So I'll tell you, since I've become the chair, I have sat down with the superintendent and Angela to try to put forward the agenda items as presented by the members of the committee on a whole host of topics. And I want the committee to understand that I'm hearing them and that I'm doing my best to bring your agenda items forward. Gina and I have gone back and forth on some of the agenda items, and we're trying to do our best to make sure that the agendas are efficient, that they're moving forward. I know Member Purcell emailed me about the discussion last month or maybe it was January or last month. I don't know. We've been through 30 public comments, so I'm forgetting what month it is right now. But about the Hope Valley play, which was a request made by Member Teft. So we're doing the best we can to make sure that all the committee members are heard, that they're respected, and that we are doing what we can to act in the best interests of the students and staff. Yes, Linda.
Just from my own experience being chair a while back, I agree with Jessica. I think it really should be in the hands of the chair and the superintendent, only because you have the bigger picture of what needs to be done each month. And so there are definitely deadlines that take place, and sometimes if you can push something off a request to the next month, and I know it's hard because we're only meeting once a month now, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. But I think a call to the person, or an explanation why, because that's what I used to do, is I would call the person and say, hey, I hear you. I think this is a great agenda item. However, it might be better to go, because we're going to be talking about this in November, so let's put it on this agenda, because it kind of goes. But I think just out of respect, it's probably worth a phone call to the requester to explain why it may be not on the very next, it might be on the second agenda item. So that was just a suggestion from my part.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Linda. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Okay, so can we move forward?
Yes.
Okay. So item 9, business, fiscal year 26.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may, before we move, in light of the time, with it already being 9:30, and we have a very important topic that has to get finalized tonight, I would like to make a motion right now to table item B and E on the agenda to our next meeting. With the need for us to have to adopt a budget tonight, per the Charahoe Act, I would like to table item B and item E to a following meeting.
So I will say that item E is something that Member Purcell, I believe, was going to table until the next agenda. So it would just
That's
be
why I'm
B.
making the request.
Okay. So we have a motion to, I'm sorry, who seconded that? Karen, thank you. Is there discussion on that?
I'm sorry. For B, is that, I'm sorry, did you say D or B?
B as in boy.
Yes, B as in boy. Okay. Are you table, or are they going into subcommittee? Is that what you're?
No, table the motion. Right?
Okay.
We table the entire item.
Table the item. So we have a motion and a second.
My only question is, Jess,
Karen, and then Jess.
Jess, is this okay?
Yeah, it was a misunderstanding, so it's not actually a complete agenda item. So I need to, that will need to be revised. Do you have more, Karen?
Karen, did you have any more?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, so Tyler is asking for us to table to the next agenda, referral of the following policies to the policy subcommittee and the school improvement teams for review within 30 days, which was 7 policy items. Okay, so the policy items are transportation policy, policy for face masks and face coverings, -COVID-19, automated call-out system, videography, photography, and audio recording policy, library media policy, Title IX non-discrimination, anti-harassment policy and grievance procedure, gender nonconforming and transgender students. Is there any discussion on that by the other members?
Down here.
Yes. So Jess and Linda.
I agree that it'd be okay to table some items, but I wouldn't table B. I would more think C and D and E, which is reconsideration of the RFQ for legal services, which is something that we voted on at the last meeting, resolutions in support of field usage by Chair Ho Cowboys, and the rewritten transportation resolution as we discussed.
Well, we have a motion on the floor for item B.
Okay, I would ask.
So
Tyler to
let's
reconsider.
deal with that motion first before we move forward. Okay?
I'll withdraw my motion.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. All right, we're going to move forward. Item A. Yes, yes, sir.
Well, I was going to address Tyler's motion, but I would make the suggestion, rather than table it, especially given all the input you received from the community, that you just not present these items to the subcommittees for review. It seems like, based on what I'm hearing, there's nothing wrong with them the way they are. And the other issue that I'd like to raise is that if you're having a problem putting the items on the agenda to the point where you have to push them, then it seems to me that you're not meeting enough. I was on the school committee for a couple of years myself, and we met twice a month. And if we had to, we met more frequently. I think you are bridging on being derelict in your duties to what you owe to the students of the district.
Thank you. Okay, so did you withdraw your motion? And we withdrew the second, right? Did. Karen?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move forward with the fiscal year 26 budget adoption. They withdrew their motions. Both. Nope, we are going to go, we're moving forward with the fiscal year 26 budget adoption. Gina? Or Greg?
So at this point, I would make a recommendation. Based on your last meeting, it seems like the committee is in favor of cutting $875,000 from the budget with the closing of Hope Valley. I would recommend that you instruct us to do that. If you start going through line items, we're never going to get out of here, and you're not going to find everything. If you do that, if you remove the $875,000 from line items that would be done for closing Hope Valley, your overall budget increase would be a 0.68%. I remind you that national inflation is at 2.9%, and New England inflation is at 3.3%. Charlestown's increase would be a negative 1.01%. Richmond's increase would be a 1.62%, and Hopkinton's increase would be a 1.08%.
Thank you. So at this time, because there was discussion at the February 25th budget workshop to remove or to close Hope Valley Elementary School, which would result in a savings of $875,000. At this point, if you could advise us, do we have to make a collective motion reading off the items that accounted for the $875,000, Greg?
So I just want to, you could do a multitude of things. So just to be clear, so what we advise is that we don't go line item because you allow the district and the leadership to reallocate resources. And I do want to thank our educators who work very tirelessly with us and our administrators and all of you for the work that you've done on our school improvement teams and to come here tonight. But one of the things you've heard me mention was trust. And you've put your trust in this committee, you put your trust in myself with your students and your children, and you put yourself, you trust our educators every day. So I want to do two things. One, I want to make sure that the committee doesn't feel rushed because you have some new members, and this is a really important topic. This is how we educate our kids. These are the resources that we're telling you we need to make sure we keep Charahoe on the journey of success. And I hope you'll come back in April when I discuss that success, because I think we all should be really proud. So this budget is something I stand behind. I won't speak for my team, I'll only speak for myself, that I do believe we are being fiscally responsible in a time where we are in the quadrant of success, and we can find that data on the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns. So the biggest trust you could give to our leadership and to our teachers is to say, there's $875,000 we'd like you to reduce the budget and allow us to make those changes. And let me just explain why, because I want to make sure that this is transparent. For example, in the overall request, those requests were given to the school committee based on requests that they asked us to provide. With that being said, there are some conversations about transportation, for example. If things change in the transportation policy, they impact the budget. So if you say to us $875,000, we won't know where our teachers are going yet because we still have to wait for the budget vote. We have to then reassign all of the funding to the correct UCOA code. And I don't want everyone to become finance directors unless you want to, because they're going to be limited and few and far between in the next few years. But what I want to say is the biggest step, I think, towards showing our community that there's trust in our teachers and in our leadership at the district is that you say, we recognize this is the percentage we want to get to, this is the dollar amount, and we recognize we've already voted to close Hope Valley, so we have that charge already. And that we can move forward, just give us, so if it's not 875 and somebody wants to keep a bus or things like that, that you consult on the overall dollar amount and allow us that trust. And again, that's my recommendation, and I would appreciate you to, please feel free to push back or ask me questions, but I do feel strongly that you've done a lot of due diligence. To credit to Tyler Champlin, he had a budget subcommittee, and while there was a lot of change in school committee, that work wasn't put aside. We used that feedback that was given last year. Mr. Zanian has done an amazing job as our new finance director in consultation with Sue Rogers and Ned Draper and our whole Charahoe team. And we had a long night, but I think this was wonderful. And I want to thank all of you for coming out, because I do believe that everyone has a voice. And while I may not agree with everybody in the room, I think what I heard here is we're all focused on our kids, and that's what I ask our committee to do tonight.
Thank you. Tyler, is there anyone else? Tyler, then Laura.
So I have a question there, Gina. So if we, I mean, what was talked about at the budget workshop was closing Hope Valley and an $875,000 reduction. Yep. Okay, and that $875,000 reduction was a 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 items roughly. I don't know which one is which, but 85 grand, 195 grand, 200 grand, 100 grand, 100 grand, 60 grand, 40 grand, 95 grand adds up to 875, whatever that is. I'm sure that's teachers. I know there's a nurse in there somewhere. Yeah.
And I can, if anybody wants it, please come up and let us know. We can share that again.
Those, what you're, to me, it sounds like what you're asking right now is for us to say, Gina, cut 875,000. We don't care where you do it.
No, because you already charged us. So thank you for that clarification. Okay. So that's a good point. At the last meeting, you voted to close Hope Valley. So that has to be first and foremost. So right now, we have shared with all of you where we believe those recommendations come in. What I'm saying to you is that's the charge. But if we come back to the table next month and there's a change of the transportation policy, the flexibility is then we have to understand that we may need to say to you all, okay, so that shifts other resources, if that's the request of the committee. We know it's 875. We know you've already voted to close Hope Valley. Our recommendations were based on requests from school committee members because the original budget was approved by you. This is what you're going to adopt, so it's in your hands. So my suggestion is that you all agree that, one, we focus on the prioritizing of closing Hope Valley with the funding that we've shared, and if there's any change to that, we would come back to discuss that with you so that there's transparency. So what we're saying is, and you don't have to do it that way, Tyler, you can say, I want to cut, for example, the FTEs, which is our full-time educators and staff. So you can say the 2 buckets, and I can, the capital is another example. If we cut the $95,000 and someone says, I walked Charlestown and the faculty bathroom in the gym is a concern, let's just say, hypothetically, that means that we have to understand where that capital dollar comes from. So I just want to make sure that when we're making decisions, if it's, is it the 875, and if not, this is I think this is the most important conversation. What do you all agree on so we can come to a final number? Because we have the guidance. So not just to say, hey, 875, but what out of that number are you all anchored to, and do you all agree? Because I did receive conflicting information of requests from members, and I want to make sure that you're all on the same page. Because those were just hypothetical requests from school committees. You all requested to close Hope Valley. You didn't provide the cuts yet.
So may I interject, Tyler, if you don't mind? So at our budget workshop, there were $875,000 worth of reductions under these areas. $85,000 for busing, $195,000 for maintenance and utilities. This is all reflective for Hope Valley Elementary School. 2 cuts to grade 1 teachers. So 2 FTEs for grade 1, representing $200,000. 1 grade 2 HTE, I'm sorry, FTE for Hope Valley. 1 nurse, 1 custodian. The nurse was $100,000, the custodian $60,000. 1 TA for $40,000. And capital, Hope Valley Capital, $95,000. All of those items amounted to $875.
Correct.
So you could list and say, we want these items for
And
that.
I mean, just an informal, just kind of, and anybody up here, sitting up here, correct me if I'm wrong. I was under the impression we were voting, this is what we were cutting when we closed Hope Valley School. And if anybody else disagrees with that, please let me know. But that's what at least my thought process was.
Do we all agree with that? Craig and then Laura.
Madam Chair, we are having the hardest time down at this end hearing.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I can't hear.
So go right into your,
Everything's gobbled.
Yeah.
go right into your microphone. Did you not hear what I said with all those line items?
Would you mind if I sit in the front so I can hear the PA system?
I mean, okay, so Jess has a question. So Craig, I will be happy to repeat those line items. Can you hear me?
Never mind, I've got it, thank you.
They're just gone.
Yeah, I know,
Okay,
we,
sorry.
I can't hear it.
I think Laura had a question first.
Laura?
So I think from my position on the committee, I dove into this, into this budget pretty deeply.
Now we can't hear you.
And I want to be clear, there's not a lack of trust, Gina, just so you're aware, because I hear that very frequently, that there's a lack of trust, and I'd want to be clear that that is not what this is at all. My personal, feeling on this is that closing an elementary school was, it was a really difficult decision for us to do. And I think that even though I'm from Charlestown, I felt how difficult that decision was. I felt the weight of that. So it's important to me that that the money that is being taken away from the budget, the 875,000, that is spelled out based on the way that the UCOA systems are set up and the way that RIDE provides that information. So what I would like from the district is, and I know that there's incidentals and there's changes that can happen, but I think that, you know, for transparency purposes, we have to have a starting point of, okay, with the school closing, these are the line items that are part of that 875,000. Because the way that the budgets are set up is that every location within the district has its own code. Hope Valley Elementary School is 03106, and everything that is attached to that UCOA code is in the budget and is, you know, it's public information. So I went through and I pulled all of the UCOA codes that are applicable to Hope Valley Elementary School, and I came up with a different number. And I'd be happy to share this with people, with anybody on the committee who would like to see the spreadsheet. And when you take away when you take all of those UCOA codes and you put them into one spreadsheet and you get the location, and this is minus the benefits, I just want to point that out, that you come up with an operating budget essentially of 2.8 million roughly. Greg, I hope that sounds correct. And if you take away the 875, then obviously you have a little bit over 2 million left in that total. So what I'm asking for is a breakdown of which things are coming out of that 875 with the school and all of the takeaways as is. No adjustments to the transportation policy, none of those things, just what was presented to us, because the district, you guys are the ones who understand what is involved in that process, and I think that it would just be helpful for transparency, nothing to do with trust, that those items are identified and that they can be called upon in future. You know, if anybody ever had a question, they would know, oh yeah, that's right, we got rid of this or we got rid of that. And I also think that it's important to know that information as well, so that when other schools, you know, because there's going to be repairs that are going to be needed in different places. So if you have $2 million going back into a budget, then, you know, knowing where that would happen would be helpful. So maybe
I do
more
need to
accurate picture.
When only because with your number isn't accurate, I'm going to let Mr. Zenian take this.
So, before you were on the committee, and actually before I was even hired for this position, I was still the principal of the middle school. I was given the charge to go through every UCOLA account and figure out how much money we would save if we were to close Hope Valley. I was not charged with staff because the superintendent said very clearly she would make that decision. The decision, I believe, is to cut 2 first-grade teachers, 1 second-grade teacher, a school nurse, a custodian, which we don't have because we're short, and then a TA. Every other UCOLA account that you are referencing are staff members that we need to educate our children in other buildings. They're just being transferred. We still have to pay them with their benefits. I'm not, I am not in the business of doing additional work that I don't need to do. Why would I run all those numbers for employees that we're going to employ?
No, I'm not asking for the ones that you're employing. I'm asking
but those are the numbers you're giving us.
Hold on. I'm asking for the ones that are being cut. I'm just asking for the specific numbers of the ones that are being cut.
Okay, so if we go back to the list, the numbers are, so if you don't mind, I would like to so in the presentation, if you're interested, it is online. It's under the headlines as well as the budget document. So it was the nurse, we have a nurse that's resigning at the end of the year, so that's $100,000. So let's take the nurse first. I make a recommendation that the committee consider the nurse as a $100,000 cut.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
discussion, but before we move forward with discussion, John, do you have some comments?
I just would like to remind the committee that if you go
Hang on.
below the maintenance of effort number,
I can't hear
you.
If we go below the maintenance of effort number,
you must seek the approval of the Commissioner of Education.
Right.
So
So
what
if
is
you're
that
going to
number?
Go below the maintenance.
It is not the 875. We're
If
good.
you are going to
but
go
what is the
below
number?
maintenance of
Oh, I
effort
don't-
number, then you need to direct the administration to file a request with the Commissioner of Education.
okay. Did everybody hear John? Okay, so he said if we go beyond, below the maintenance of effort number,
Mr. Anderson, just make sure that they didn't turn off the mic, please. I want to.
John said that if we go below the maintenance of effort number, and we don't know what that number is, so hopefully we can find that out, that we will need to get permission from the Commissioner of Education to go below that number. So the numbers that were put forward. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
The chair has correctly stated what I stated.
Thank you.
And that is, if the committee wishes to go below the maintenance of effort number, which was the amount that was raised from the towns in the current fiscal year budget, that the committee needs to get the approval of the Commissioner of Education if the position of the committee is that this is a non-recurring expense.
So if I may just qualify that, at the financial meeting last week on March 4th, these were the numbers that I read out loud that were prepared by the administration. And this included the $875,000 worth of cuts, potential cuts to Hope Valley Elementary School, okay? So member town contributions with debt service would equal an increase of 0.68% overall, but the impact to the member towns, Charlestown would be a decrease of 1.01%, Richmond an increase of 1.62%, and Hopkinton an increase of 1.08%. So that was inclusive of $875,000 worth of cuts that we agreed to as a committee, based in spirit during the February 25th budget workshop. So we inherently voted to close Hope Valley Elementary School during our budget workshop on February 25th because the superintendent presented numbers to the school committee, line item by line item, what would be representative of the $875,000. Linda, did you have a comment?
Well, I guess, first off, we have a motion and a second, so I don't want to lose that on the 100,000. Sorry. One of the things maybe that I'm going to try to explain is that even though we're cutting those pieces of Hope Valley because we closed it, there's still kids that are going to be going to other schools. So there's a cost for that. And I think that's what Mr. Zenio is trying to say. We still need those teachers to instruct those kids where they land. There's still going to be an expense of materials, paper, help me, what else? There's like lunch. I mean, there's embedded, right, costs.
Well, an easy example is we have Hope Valley staff assigned to Hope Valley.
Right.
We don't know where that staff's going to be placed until the budget has to be voted on, and then the teachers have to do what contractually they're allowed to do is take different jobs, and then that has to be reallocated back to the school that they're assigned to.
Right.
So that shifts everybody's line, not just Hope Valley.
Right.
So we just can't pull Hope Valley because we don't know where it's going yet.
Okay.
So the only money we're cutting is the 875. The figure that, and I can't confirm or deny that it's a little. I know the overall cost of Hope Valley is over $3 million. So I know that I can't say it's 2.8, but I know that we don't have $2.8 million that we're giving back. It's the 875 that was the cut. And just like the chair said, it was these overall UCOA codes, which is why I think at this point, you do take it one at a time, Mr. Chamberlain, and just say, that's why I made the recommendation for the nurse, because then everyone is clear about what that cut is and how much that cut costs.
Okay.
My only pause was that there have been concerns around capital. For example, we were notified today about the Richmond Elementary playground. Some members were concerned. So while I agree, there was sort of a understanding that this is how much, but we need the committee to give us the charge that yes, it's finalized. So again, I would take it just as a line items that we saw on the website under it's the last item in the budget section of the FY26.
We're going to take one, so we got a motion and a second to cut the nurse for $100,000.
Wait, who made the motion?
So,
Madam Clerk, who made the motion, please?
Seconded, yes.
Okay.
What is the
The motion,
To cut the nurse. The nurse position.
okay.
she wants to go line.
The motion is to remove $100,000 from the budget that was representative of the nursing position from Hope Valley Elementary School. The motion was made and it was seconded. Is there any more discussion on cutting the nurse for $100,000? Laura?
Can you clarify if the benefits are included in that $100,000, please?
No, we gave you an overall because it's representative of the teacher that's currently present at that building, and I won't know, basically. So it's $100,000 out of salary and fringe.
It does cover salary benefits. And fringe.
But again, the exact, like for
One at a
example, like,
time.
if it's 100,000 or 9 into 100, it's just, I'm going to be honest. We've been held, numbers here, decimal here, it may not seem like a big deal right now, but Mr. Zenni and I have been held accountable, and I'm not willing to just say that's exactly correct, because the $100,000 will come out. It may have to be a little bit shaved off of retirement but overall, based on the information we have and the current assignments, these people do change. They could be retiring, they could be resigning, they could be shifting. It's $100,000 out of the salary you
Currently.
that's representative of a nurse. So I don't know how else to say. Again, I do feel it's a trust issue sometimes, and you can say that but this is where I need some flexibility to do the job that you've asked me to do. So when we reallocate resources, the dollar amount will come out of salary, but if you're going to hold me to a complete dollar sign, I just can't promise a complete dollar sign. But it's $100,000 our overall salary.
And benefits.
Okay. That UCOA code.
So, but there's multiple UCOA codes that include the salary. You have professional development, you have professional
That's
development.
not accurate. That's a different bucket.
I know, but they all fall under the same object.
This is all the same budget.
So that's what I'm confused about.
So I think the question that Member Chapman is asking is, I'm sorry, I know, but we're all trying to get clarification here. I know it's late. So is it salary and benefits?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes. That's it. Okay, so the $100,000 is representative of salary and benefits. Okay, so is there any more discussion on this? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Catherine, did you have any comment that you wanted to come up and talk about before we vote?
Madam Chair, before we go much further, you have to be cognizant of the time, and we need to make a motion to go past 10 o'clock because it's 2 minutes to 10.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I'm going to be very quick. I think you guys need to make a decision. How much you overall want to cut? You can't go a whole lot lower than what you've cut already, or you're going to go below the maintenance of effort. I appreciate the fact that you want to be hands-on with this, but I think you really need to listen to what Gina's saying, because if you tie her hands and make specific cuts for specific line items, you may not be able to achieve what your goal is. So again, I'm going to ask you to reconsider. What is the number you want to cut? What is the overall? If it's higher than 875, make it higher than 875, but you've got to be careful. You should ask the director how much you can cut and decide where Gina can go with that. I appreciate you're all trying to figure it out. UCOA is a beast. It's a horrible system to work in. And I'm just afraid you're going to step in it later and tie your own hands in terms of changing policies and busing if you tie Gina's hands now.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. So all those in favor of removing the $100,000 for the nurse, say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Okay. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Oh, Polly was an aye? So I think are we unanimous? Did you abstain? Did you? You said yes? Okay. So with that being said, we're up against the clock.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we pass 10 o'clock.
So Tyler made the motion. Do we have a second? Jess seconded. Please tell me there's no discussion on this. All in favor?
I don't want to.
Madam Chair, I'd like to be opposed, but I feel obligated for them.
Thank you, Craig. All right, so I think that that's unanimous that we're extending the time beyond 10 o'clock? Okay, thank you. You are opposed? I'm opposed. All right, so Polly opposed. Polly is opposed, yeah. No. She did. Yes, she did.
Madam Chair, can I believe, Lynn, can you run this number for me? But with the $875,000 in cuts for the closure of Hope Valley, if you were to cut another $295,000, that would give you just above a 0% increase.
Would be great.
Well, because
Those are your numbers if that's what you want to work
Yeah.
with. But those are, that is, you are not going to get a maintenance of effort. I already asked RIDE. We do not have decline in enrollment at a number that they would even consider it. So those are your bottom lines. Your bottom line is $1,170,000.
that was a question that member Phelps asked, I think, 2 budget workshops ago. What was the number for level funding budget? And it was 1.16 million. So now we're just hearing from Greg again that it's about 1.17 million.
So I just want to caution the committee that it is not my recommendation to go lower than the 875 that we recommended. Like I said, things are going to come up, and the tighter you get this budget, I just want to remind you, at the December meeting in 2024, the auditor said we are one catastrophe away from having to use the entire fund balance, which means that's it. We would have to go back to the state, contact the Auditor General's office to tell them that we were going to be running a deficit. We have to understand that decisions have consequences. My budget was a 2.5 increase overall, and that was too high for the committee, and I appreciate, but I wouldn't recommend you go lower than the 875, but that's just my advice.
Tyler?
We need to get to that 875 first.
Yes. So can I entertain a motion for the rest of the line items?
Yes, I make a motion to
Tyler?
cut the remaining $775,000 from the Hope Valley costs.
Thank you.
Second. Okay. We have a motion and a second. And if I can just clarify what the 775 is for the members of the public, it is busing at 85,000, maintenance and utilities, 195,000, 2 FTEs for grade 1, 200,000, 1 FTE for grade 2, 100,000, custodial, 60,000, 1 TA, 40,000, and Hope Valley Capital, 95,000. That should total the remainder of the 775,000. We have a motion and a second on that. Any discussion?
Jessica.
Jess.
My question is about the possibility of keeping that bus. That's something that we've heard a lot of concerns with over the past couple of years, and also with this transportation resolution. I would feel comfortable going through the transition knowing that we could keep a bus to help us with flexibility, to meet families' needs, and to meet the redistricting and the transition of consolidation.
If you put the $85,000 back in for the bus, your overall increase would be a 0.87% with, hold on a second. With a negative 0.85% increase for Charlestown, a 1.82% increase for Richmond, and a 1.29% increase for Hopkinton.
Can you read Richmond's number one more time, Craig?
Richmond would be a 1.82% increase.
Thank you. Well, we have a motion and a second on the entire package. So what is our flexibility of putting a bus back in at a later date? Do we have flexibility on that?
That's up to the committee based on the number you want to cut.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion?
I would request someone to amend the motion, so I don't have to make a motion to add a bus after we vote on this.
Hearing no one? We have a motion and a second. So all those in favor of cutting the remainder of $775,000 from the budget, representing Hope Valley Elementary cuts, please raise your hands. So we have everyone except Member Purcell. So Jess, are you voting no on that?
I'm voting no.
Okay, so the ayes have it.
I know, but
Are there any more, is there any more discussion on the budget regarding other additions, reductions? Laura?
that's fine.
I'd like to make a motion to cut the Mandarin language teacher. Gina had provided us with some information that shows that the level of interest, I think it was, or not the level of interest, but that class in particular, that there was, I think, what was it, 10 students was the average class size. But it seems to be that the majority of the interest with our foreign languages, at this time, is with the other languages. I know that we have a French teacher, we have an Italian teacher, and those are all, I think it's excellent that we have those, but if the interest is not there for a Mandarin teacher, then I would like to make a motion to cut that specifically. And I think that would help Jess to add the transportation back in.
I'm going to caution the committee, when you start to specifically call out faculty, it's very concerning because what you're doing is stripping away the power of your school principals, your department heads, and your data is incorrect. That actually the Mandarin is also utilized at the middle school, and it has gaining traction because it was our newest language. And I can guarantee if Ms. Drake was here, and I don't want to speak for her, that is not the recommendation she would provide, because obviously we've had conversations about course requests and we're well versed. So I advise the committee, and my recommendation is if you want to cut a world language teacher, that you advise me to work with the school principal to determine that based on course request. So please be careful when we talk about enrollment of class sizes, because we also have what's called virtual high school. That means that there's credits that happen for students who may not have the instructor in front of them because they're taking the class virtually, but that teacher is assigned that support for the student who's taking the VHS class. So I just want to be mindful that if you're going to specifically cut and really be specific like that, that you avoid that, and that you ask us to work with the high school principal to cut a world language teacher and simply end it at that. Or you say to me, we'd like $100,000, but when you start to pick schools away, you take away your administration rights, you take away your school improvement conversations, and you take away school governance as a whole.
So Gina, I apologize. I thought that was something that was provided to the committee previously,
I never
numbers.
gave the recommendation of which world language. I simply said, if you want to cut a world language teacher, that I would ask that we work with, because that has repercussions. So if I have 21 students in Chinese 1 and 20 students in French, there are 20 or 21 families that are impacted. When we cut French 5, that was a ripple effect that impacted 3 people, and we were very concerned about that. So I just want to make sure decisions have consequences. When you strip away the rights of your administrators and your school improvement teams, we start to fumble the ball a little.
Linda?
I stated this at the last meeting too. I think that we have to be careful because the world language is now going to be a graduation requirement, and we need to keep these teachers. We need to keep them as, because if we lose one, we'll never get them back because they're going to be at a premium. So I think we don't want to be short-sighted. We want to be able to prepare ahead. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Member Lyle. I just want to add, Linda's correct. It was unfortunate we had to cut the world language out of elementary school. That was something we didn't see that was coming, and it happened at a meeting like this. What I can say is, When we do that, we cause a concern in faculty and staff because then they feel like their job is not secure. They begin, and remember Lila's correct, they begin to say, well, if I'm going to be cut next year, then I'm leaving. And to get those instructors back will be almost nearly impossible.
Okay. So one of the other potential reductions that the superintendent put forward was NEASC accreditation is being postponed. Is that right, Superintendent Picard, for the high school?
That is correct. They postponed it out the following year.
And that there was $4,700 proposed for the fiscal year 26 budget. So technically, we really don't need that $4,700 for next year?
I wouldn't say we don't need it.
Well,
because there's other opportunities we already
for the NEASC accreditation,
yes,
though.
you could ask us to remove that dollar amount for that purpose, correct?
All right, so can I entertain a motion to reduce the budget by $4,700, which would account for the postponement of the NEASC accreditation? So I have a Craig, and do I have a second? And Diane? So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? No discussion, so all in favor? It looks like it's unanimous. Karen, is your hand raised? Yes, thank you. Okay, so it's not unanimous. Is there anybody opposed? And any abstentions? That is, Laura is abstaining. Okay. Any other budget-related discussion items? Now is the time. Jess.
I'd like to make a motion to add a bus at the cost of $85,000.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor of, go ahead, Craig.
Could you please repeat your rationale why?
For adding a bus back? Yeah. I guess it's not removing the bus at Hope Valley so that we can ensure we have enough buses to transport all the children across the district, especially in a time of high need and transition.
Okay, so we have a Craig? Good. Laura?
Craig, you're on the transportation subcommittee, is that right? What's your recommendation on that? Is there, I'm just wondering what the.
I really don't have enough information to give you an answer to that.
Okay.
I mean, specifically to make up for one school. I mean, we did see problems this past year by cutting a bus.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that bus was put back in, so we're still short. Well, I can hear myself.
Okay.
So nonetheless, I right now, I don't have enough information to justify that.
To justify adding it back in, is that what you said? Thank you.
It's a cost.
If you have a comment, you have to come up to the microphone. We can't have people shouting from the audience.
And to be clear, that's not, so far we haven't cut all the buses from Hope Valley. There's 3 buses at Hope Valley. Only 1 was in the list of cuts, and I'm asking to add it back to help have flexibility, to help ensure that we have enough buses, to really make sure that we can meet the need.
Okay, so yeah, Eliza Spears, Hope Valley parent, second grader going into third grade to Richmond next year. Yeah, so am I concerned about his busing and the length of his trip? Sure, Hope Valley to Richmond is not that far. But when you consider the number of students that are being diverted specifically to Richmond, which is a huge portion of the school, I mean, I don't want my child getting home at 4:15, 4:30 in the afternoon. He already gets home at 3:45. That's late enough. So I don't want to see him sitting on the bus for an hour after school. I'd like to see buses in the budget.
Thank you. Superintendent Picard, can you weigh in on this? Because we want to make sure that there's obviously adequate transportation for all the students.
Sure. Mr. Zenni and I have met with Ms. Pelchat when we were coordinating the budget, and when then the decision of the committee was to finalize. We had considered all of the current assignments based on addresses. With that being said, again, if we look and we say, well, that wasn't their currently assigned school, but they wanted a voluntary transfer, and we don't want to ask them to waive, the committee is going to change that, then yes. But the parent is correct that sometimes the bus rides are going to be longer because Hope Valley only has about 100 students, and they don't all ride the bus, and pre-K has a different time. So obviously the times when you have buses fuller, it's longer than when your bus is half empty. But we've thought that through. However, the buses have to run. People move in and out, requests change. Sometimes a parent who was driving doesn't want to do that anymore. I can't see the future, wish I could with my crystal ball, but based on what we know right now in the current assignments, we've accommodated that. But yes, the buses may be at capacity or close to full.
So, yes, I will recognize you in one moment. Thank you. So we heard a lot tonight about trust and leadership, and the bus was a recommendation by the superintendent and her team. Well, it says here, right here,
But that's
Valley Busing.
But read the top of the sheet. Requested by school committee members. So I was asked to bring those numbers I just want to be clear.
All right.
I put the numbers together, absolutely. But these came from school committee member requests.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. I stand corrected. Yes, ma'am.
Betsy Alvarez, Hopkinton. I just want to be clear, I'm speaking as a parent, not as a teacher, because I do teach here. I just want to be clear that I've had 4 kids in the district, and I live on the edge of Ashaway and Hope Valley, okay? And my kids in Ashaway had a 45-hour bus ride, and I'm going back 2016, 15, my son went to Ashaway. Myself, I'm a graduate of Charahoe. My elementary ride in the 90s, 80s was an hour. I fell asleep every day on the bus. Okay, so this is something that has been ongoing. Do we need buses? I could advocate a lot more for buses than just the one. But end of the day, you have to make the decision at what your bottom line is gonna be. People are on the bus a long time. My kids are on the bus very long because where I live. Okay, if you don't want your kid to be on the bus that long, pick them up. They're lining up outside the middle school, high school every day, and the elementary school. I chose not to pick up my kids because I thought it was a hindrance. It was just too much. But you have to make it your decision. But bus rides are longer, and some years it's some kids, some years it's the other. My kids, it was every year. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Your name and where you're from.
Abel. I'm from Wakefield. 23 years ago, when I was born, my town had 3,000 people in it. It's had a 10% increase in population since I was born. It has 30,000 people in it. If you take away buses, anytime when population is growing, south of the Kent line, everything's growing. So you take away a bus, you're setting yourself up for another meeting in the future where you have to talk about adding buses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to add a bus back in. So I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of adding a bus back in for $85,000? Please raise your hands. So we have 3 ayes. Anyone opposed?
Thanks.
Are there, Madam Clerk, do you have all the names that are opposed? Yes? The ayes were Linda Lyall, Jess, and Polly. Okay. So and then anyone abstaining? That would be Laura, and everybody else was opposed. Okay. Any other discussion on the budget? Tyler? Slowly grab your microphone.
Do it, Tyler.
What?
You could do it.
I know this will be wildly unpopular, but I'd like to reconsider possibly cutting the middle school dean that was added through ESSER funding, and possibly sharing a dean between the high school and middle school. Listen, give me a minute. I listened to the meeting that I was sick and wasn't able to attend. I would like to hear from Gina and Greg. I value your perspective here because you came out of that middle school.
So, you actually did this 7 or 8 years ago. You went from 2 deans at the middle school to 1.2. That was
yes.
Mr. Ritchie's math, and I don't know what a 0.2 dean did, but that's what you guys agreed to. And then you went down to a 1.0 dean. You had 1 dean in the middle school. It does not work. Your principal, who was myself at the time, became the second dean. I had to handle every single bullying case. I had to do all the bullying reports. You literally probably took 15 to 20 hours a week away from me being able to be the principal of the building and do teaching and learning. Furthermore, you also at that point, you have a decision to make. When the principal makes a decision as a dean and the parent doesn't agree, most parents don't want their assistant principal to hear their appeal because they're below the principal. So now your superintendent is going to get stuck hearing appeals. And if you don't think there's a good amount of appeals in the middle school, on any given month, you can have 10 to 15 appeals. They take 4 to 8 hours each to do properly. So you will cut into your superintendent's time of doing her job because she would be doing the principal's job of the middle school hearing appeals. It's a trickle effect. You also will not have a dean in each lunchroom because we have 2 lunchrooms at the middle school. Yep. One dean cannot be in 2 places at once. I don't think it's ideal. I think when we did it 8 years ago, the data showed that our write-ups and our disciplinary referrals were down. So they thought, okay, 1 dean, but what doesn't show with 2 deans is all the preventative work that's being done. They're in the hallways, they're in lunchrooms, they're dealing with kids, they're actually, giving kids that are on that cusp of being a behavior problem rewards, such as, our deans will do a 10-minute basketball time with a kid. None of that will take place with 1 dean. And then you will rotate through deans. Because anyone in their right mind will do it for 1 or 2 years, realize they are not only are drowned in, it is an impossible task, it cannot be done, and they take the first opening they can to get out of it. So I would recommend you look in multiple other places before you consider cutting a dean at the middle school. And I can also tell you, the middle school and high school does not share staff well. Because
My turn. See, this is what happens when we all get up at 4 a.m. and it's a little bit late. But what I would say, Tyler, I'm going to ask you for the same trust around naming the position, right? Because now those positions look different than maybe some even people that went to school now. We're really, our wellness initiative, our staff wellness, our student wellness, it has to be more than just, words on a piece of paper. And the deans have been integral so that, our discipline referrals are down across the district. That doesn't mean, so again, if you have trust in your leadership team and your administrators and your teachers, I would ask that you speak to the teachers or anyone who wants to talk about, the impact that the dean has, because I understand that you don't see the day-to-day, but when we're holding everybody accountable, as you should, for academic excellence, I need you to think about the return on investment that is your administration, that is your dean, and how those impact teachers doing their jobs to focus on instruction and your principals focusing on supporting their educators. That's all I ask.
So we had Karen's hand was raised, Laura's hand was raised, and then we have some folks from the community. So Karen?
So as a parent of a middle school student, I value those deans on a daily basis. I've talked to middle school teachers. I understand from those teachers that the deans are everywhere and meeting with kids who don't even know they're being met with. That is the ultimate in being proactive and keeping kids in classrooms where they are being educated. As a middle school teacher, if you remove those deans, you're just adding that burden to everybody else, including every single classroom teacher.
Thank you, Karen. Laura?
I just want to echo what was said already, but the, having also a child in the district and them being in middle school and now high school, I can assure you that having, at this point in time, with having 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in the middle school, getting rid of a dean is something that it ends up hurting the students more than anything. It's the students that want to be there and are there learning. And if you don't have somebody kind of doing that proactive type of that work, then it makes it really, really hard for the other kids. So.
Chair, if I may, before we go any further, I appreciate everyone's feedback. I really do. Greg, your perspective is wonderful. I've already made one wildly unpopular decision this year. I'm going to take this off the table and pull it off. I'm good.
Did you still have a comment, sir? Mr. Card,
I see you.
That's why you pulled it.
I see you, Bobby. I see you.
okay, so I have a comment, which may be wildly unpopular, considering wildly unpopular comments, Tyler. So we just agreed to cut $875,000 from the budget. We all did that. We all agreed on that. The majority ruled. With that being said, my question is, with cutting the 875, that was 879,700. Oh, that's right, with NEASC. Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you so much. So what that says to me is that besides that and NEASC, there is no other fat in the budget, if you will. And I want to understand that premise. We are closing a school. There are reductions associated with closing a school. And so, I mean, do we have a line item for fuel? I know that that was talked about last week about, is that too inflated? I mean, come on, I'm not finished yet. I gave you your time, so just let me finish. Okay, so we're not finished with the discussion, and this is the time of the agenda item where we're talking about the budget. So we're doing our best to get through everything. I listened to everybody speak on their agenda items, so I'd like to speak on my agenda item, or the agenda item at hand right now. Thank you. So with that being said, I'm just wondering I'm trusting the leadership that you have put forward a budget that promotes academic excellence and fiscal responsibility. And I just want to know, and I want to be transparent with all of the members to ensure that this is what you need to move the district forward, and that's my point.
So yes, I mean, I take the budget and the fiscal responsibility of the district very seriously, as I know Mr. Zenian does and the entire Charahoe team. This is my integrity and this is my reputation as well. I don't love the word fat because I don't think there's any fat in this budget. I'm sorry. That's okay. I mean, sometimes I just want to make sure because
increases.
The increases are really due to inflation, and we're still under inflation. So I really feel strongly that even the beginning of the budget came back, I thought, really well. With that being said, we're trying very hard to plan future forward 5 years, 10 years. So we've been able to avoid times like Coventry has with layoffs because we're really thoughtful about attrition and where the retirements come up, and we really do have good people working for us to help us do that work. So yes, I believe that while closing a school is not going to be easy, and we have a joint SIT meeting on Thursday to begin some of those conversations, there's a lot of emotional toll. I would recommend to the school committee that we not go any further because you have a large district transition on your hands, and that needs to be our priority and focus. And I believe, I stand behind this budget. I'm putting, if you put your faith in me, I'm telling you this is a budget that we can continue our work and continue the academic excellence that Charahoe deserves and is accustomed to.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on the budget? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Andrew McCoy. My concern is that the 875 might not be taking into account that you can't just abandon the school and leave it. There's actual closure costs, security, things of that nature. And is that being taken into account when you're saying we're going to cut 875, 879, whatever the final number is? So are we cutting too much because we're going to need $50,000 to lock all the doors and windows and board everything up properly, or whatever the numbers are?
Superintendent Picard, would you like to answer that question?
I would like to see, based on the auditor's report, I would have liked to see our fund balance stronger because they have told us that while our policy is a 2 to 4%, they recommend that we move more towards a 5 to 10%. And Ms. Davis, don't get up. I'm not promised that that's not my recommendation. I'm just sharing what the auditor, what they had shared with us for the December meeting. But I also recognize that this is a difficult time. I mean, I'm a state taxpayer. I'm a resident in the town of Providence, and nobody wants to see taxes go up. And anytime I put forward a budget, I'm very conscious of the fact that it impacts everybody in whatever way, but it impacts. So when I put the budget forward, my responsibility to the community is that I'm fiscally responsible, but first and foremost, my charge, as legislated by law, is to put for students' education first. So I believe that this budget will allow me to continue the work with the team in Charahoe that you have put faith in, to have academic excellence, fiscal responsibility, and continue growing our community and building those bridges so that we do right by our families and our students.
Thank you. Catherine? Did anyone have their hands up? Okay. So Pat first. Pat?
I have a question in regards, and I don't know if we have any, but how many, if we do have any, how many SEL positions do we currently have?
The question is, how many SEL positions do we currently have?
So Pat, when you say SEL, you're talking about social emotional learning. So we don't have any specified SEL. So for example, in the wellness initiatives, nurses are considered SEL staff, social workers are considered. So, but that's not their only responsibility. So I just need to be clear. Look, we don't have specific SEL positions.
That was my question.
Oh, okay.
Diane?
While she was asking regarding the SEL positions, how many differentiated instructional coaches do we currently employ?
So we don't have any differentiated instructional coaches.
We have none? Oh.
Hold on.
We're not coaching. Are we talking about the reading specialists?
The coaching, the differentiated coaches.
We don't have that position.
Well, I read them in the budget papers and such.
Do you have a line item to reference, Diane?
I don't.
Okay.
So we have reading specialists, we have
I
math
think
specialists.
it should be continued because there are items that clearly we're confused on.
So we have math specialists, reading specialists. We have an academic fellow who's focused, that's a contractual position that right now is working on our literacy across curriculum. And then for next year, it is our multi-tiered systems of support fellow. But differentiated instructional coaches, I'm wondering if that was the, go ahead.
High school we had extra money from our XQ funds from work done, I think, in 2019. Lynn, is that correct? 2019. It's a grant from RIDE, and the high school stipended 3 current teachers to work as differentiated coaches. I'm not sure if that's what Ms. Heft is referring to.
Yes.
So that's on top of their teacher. They're not full-time positions. They just work outside of the school day, and that's grant funded.
And it is grant money?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion by the members of the committee? Catherine?
Thank you. So now this is your budget. And I hope you're all going to move forward because you have had the power to make changes to this budget, amendments to this budget, lower this budget. I hope you all come together and now support this budget because this is the budget that you're passing out to the public. So I hope we see the support from this committee because you made this budget, you own it, and hopefully now you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Craig, are we at the point where you're going to read off the numbers and the final budget before we vote as a committee?
I think one of us have to make
Linda, I'm sorry, did you have something? Linda, did you have something?
No, usually what happens is someone makes a motion but uses the, yes, we need the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting tired, so.
So you want the numbers with each person's share after state aid?
Yes, and what's the bottom line number, the budget number that we are going to be presenting to the voters? I think we should know that, and the audience as well.
I'm gonna probably need a 5-minute recess to put that together, but I can give you what the breakdown is with the percentages with your $4,700 withdrawn. So overall, with the $875,000 reduction today and the $4,700 reduction, your overall spending after state aid for the district would be $44,272, $315 for a 0.67% increase. Charlestown share is $12,445,497
Just say that one again. Charlestown was what?
is $12,445,497 for a negative 1.02% increase. Richmond is $16,017,696 for a 1.61% increase. And Hopkinton is $15,809,123 with a 1.07% increase.
Okay. Yes, so are we going to move the question to adopt the budget? Okay, so we have a motion to move forward with the budget as read by Mr. Zenyan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Tyler seconded. So we have somebody from the back that seconded it too, thanks. All those in favor? Unanimous, right? Unanimous, okay. This might be unpopular, but can we request a 5-minute bathroom break, a 5-minute recess? No?
So moved. Second.
Second, all in favor? Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Craig? Yes.
This one does work. Madam Chair, at this time, before I do, B is just a review. So my motion is to permanently table B and table C, D, and E.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Diane.
Discussion?
B, C, and E.
All in favor? Do we all know what the motion is on the table? Craig, can you read that again, please?
Excuse me?
Can you say that again, please, if you don't mind?
Under business.
Yes.
Items B, C, E, and E.
Yes.
Table B permanently. C, D, and E just table.
Okay, so Diane. Wait a minute. Did you second that, knowing that he wanted to table one item permanently?
No, I withdraw my second on that.
Who seconded that? Okay. Discussion?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why did you just request of a school committee member, why did you second it? I was very clear the first time.
But you did not say for item, under business B, you did not
Yes, I
say, you did not say permanently removed.
Yes, he did.
I did, guys, my goodness. I'm sorry, I must have not heard you correctly. It is now 10 of 11. I made a mistake. Forgive me. Enough. Okay, so Diane, would you like to withdraw your second? No?
Yes, I would like to withdraw my
Okay.
second. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll
So
second.
Karen seconded it. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor of permanently tabling item 9B, not permanently tabling 9C, 9D, and 9E. This 9B is referral of the following policies to the policy subcommittee and the school improvement teams for review within 30 days. Transportation policy, policy for face masks and face coverings, COVID-19, automated call-out system, videography, photography, and audio recording policy, library media policy, Title IX, non-discrimination, anti-harassment policy, and grievance procedure, gender nonconforming and transgender students. 9C is the reconsideration of the RFQ for legal services. 9D was resolution in support of field usage by the Charahoe Cowboys. 9E was rewritten transportation resolution, which Member Purcell already was going to discuss pulling tonight and putting it on another agenda. Is there any discussion? Tyler and Linda.
Madam Chair, I have two questions, if Linda will. The first one's for John Anderson. John, if we permanently table B, can we not bring the transportation policy back to discuss it at any point? Can we not bring that up in a future meeting to discuss? If we permanently table this agenda item, which is a review of the transportation policy, can we not bring that back, say, in like 2 months and look at it again?
So you can bring it back or can't?
Change my term to table.
So you'd have to,
I
I'm sorry,
withdraw my
Linda.
motion.
Okay. Karen, do you withdraw your second?
Yes.
Madam Chair, at this time, I make a motion to table B, C, D, and E.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Jess?
Time that we've been discussing tabling these motions, we could be voting on these motions.
Correct.
I do not want to consider tabling anything. We are here, let's work.
Laura?
So the agenda item is to put them on so that they could be discussed at the policy subcommittee, correct? That's what the entire agenda item is about. So if there was additional conversations that needed to take place from the public, then they would attend the policy subcommittee meetings when those are being discussed. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Linda?
Well, obviously, I wish I could table those permanently too, the policy, all those policies. First and foremost, none of those policies really need to be reviewed. They're perfectly fine. They're perfectly written. They're legal. And maybe other than the transportation policy, maybe we could pull that because we do have to address that. Also, I think we have a lot other more important work to be done. We have a transition that we need to do. We have Hope Valley that closed. We have to think about our children, our parents. To spend time on these policies that don't need to be spent is just a waste of our time. I'm also very concerned, and I've been on the policy subcommittee, I've been very concerned about the 30 days. I don't know who is going to get all those policies done in 30 days. That just seems to be not feasible. And Superintendent Picard, do you have more important things to do than review policies that don't need to be reviewed? I'm sorry, just.
I did speak to Attorney Anderson about this. I believe, and I heard from the chair, and I understand that, committee members want to make sure that their agenda items are getting on the agenda. And like I mentioned before, and I won't belabor the point, it's just, it's a balance, right? And that's my responsibility as well with the chair to really think about the community as a whole and the priorities. And yes, the district transition is definitely is the most important work that we're doing right now. We're getting prepared for our certified negotiations with our teachers union. And we have to ensure, that we put forward something that the committee feels good about and that our families feel good about. Not that any cuts are good, because anything time we cut from a school budget impacts kids in some shape, way, or form. But overall, my thinking is, when I talked to Attorney Anderson, I asked the same question about the 30 days. And I think it was his intent to make sure that Member Hopkins felt like, we weren't stalling anything if she felt that it was super important. I do know that Member Hopkins actually reached out to myself and Angela this week to be able to maybe rethink what was prioritized, which we greatly appreciate. So my thinking is the 30 days, I agree. I would ask the committee that you give our school improvement teams the time to really focus on their school improvement plans that you're going to be seeing for their metrics and how we're moving forward for next year, as well as the district transition, because it impacts their teams and we need them to really be focused. And so I ask that, we consider that and just work together to prioritize, what's going to be impactful, and then bring back topics. I shared with Member Hopkins, and she knows, correct, our Title IX policy was actually developed when Trump was president. We never changed it, so it's still part of the Trump administration. We never made any changes to our Title IX policy. And the gender nonconforming, as you heard, and I don't need to belabor that point, right now we're legally all set. So if we are not, absolutely hold me accountable to make sure that we talk about those. But right now, I agree that the transportation is probably the most important. And it already came to the committee. You just wanted one more conversation with Mr. Anderson, was my recollection.
Right.
Polly, did you have a comment?
I did. All of that, what Gina just said. And I wanted to bring these to the policy subcommittee, but I also wanted to call attention to the videography, photography, and audio recording policy, because it does cause a problem for me as a parent, and I know it causes problems for teachers. We all want our kids to be in all the school photos. Some parents just don't want the school to publish them on the internet. That's all. And our opt-in, opt-out policy is all or nothing. And it's caused a lot of problems, and I'd like to take that off the teacher's plate.
Got it. I think understand, now that I understand, I think Attorney Anderson and I can probably give some background because I think there's a balance between the FERPA and the PPR. So that's something that we can look for. I'll ask if we could, may I, Chair, ask Ms. Donna, can you do me a favor? If that change happened, does that, would you need that to take place before the end of the year? Or is that something that can't happen this year, we would have to do for next year, based on?
Next year. Yep.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I would ask that we do that like a June or July meeting, if that's okay.
Great, and
Thank you, Donna.
just so I can clarify, this was a list that I wanted to put together for the policy subcommittee. And Gina was really good about when I asked her, are we current with Title IX? Yes, we are. Good. Does it cover the gender nonconforming kids? Or like, what's the situation? And I said, given all of the stuff at the federal level and the local ACLU, let's not get involved. I think our kids are well protected and we have advocates on both sides, let them work it out. So the rest of the policies, I think we can, with the exception of transportation, we could discuss at our convenience in the subcommittee. And that's all, those were in the notes I conveyed as well. So.
Yes.
You have a motion to table all of this.
Yeah, we're
and
talking
You're discussing all of it. Well, I hate to chill it, because frankly, it's going exactly the way I hoped it would go. I think what you need to do is you need to recall your tabling motion, because clearly you're not tabling it, you're talking.
No, evidently not.
So pull that table back, so you're compliant with the OMA, okay? Table the second, pull that back, and then go to B. You just had a discussion about B, move on B, and then decide if you want to table the rest.
So, Madam Chair, I withdraw my second.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Now move on B.
So I appreciate that feedback, Catherine. Thank you. Okay. So are we going to B now?
Well, given the discussion.
Yes.
That, and the synopsis I just gave, could we agree to send all of these policies to the subcommittee? Except just.
Can she finish? My goodness.
With the exception, I just ticked off several that were already answered in the time before that this agenda was created. So the subcommittee can discuss them as per the function that we have to do. That's the only request. Just send them to the subcommittee and transportation. I think.
So are you making a motion to send all of the subcommittee all of these to the subcommittee for review, discussion? What is the motion? Is there a motion?
Can I make one?
Hold on, let's just let Polly finish and then I've got Karen.
As per what we've done before, please, my motion is to send them to the subcommittee for discussion.
No.
Some of these are already ticked off the list. That we don't need to send Title IX, we don't need to send gender nonconforming.
At least take them off the motion.
Okay, fine. We'll send to the policy subcommittee, the library media policy, videography policy, automated call-out system, policy for face masks, and I think we need to have a quick discussion about what we want to see in the transportation policy, but convey that to the subcommittee.
Okay. So, do I have a second on that? Sending to the policy subcommittee for review. B1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Karen?
I think we heard from a lot of people this evening that our library media policy is fine the way it is and shouldn't be touched.
So thank you, Karen. So do we have a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I agree with Karen. It's need to touch the library media policy. I would agree to 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, but that's not the motion.
I mean, what is it?
Right.
Oh, sorry. Whatever. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to send the transportation policy for face masks and face coverings, automated call-out system, videography, photography, and audio recording policy, and the library media policy to the policy subcommittee and the school improvement team's review. All those in favor? So that's Polly, Louise, Laura, Diane, Larry, and Pat. All those opposed? Tyler, Linda, Jess, I can't see, Karen, and Craig. Any abstentions? So does that motion carry? Seven, how many?
Is it a tie?
It was a tie?
No, I'm asking.
There's six in favor.
Okay.
6 in favor, 5 opposed? Okay, so that motion carries. Okay, moving on.
Chair, just want to make people, thank you all for staying and supporting and giving us the policy subcommittee is a public meeting. So you're all welcome to come back. And I will personally let people know when the meeting is.
It will be publicized. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. So are you coming up to speak on what we just voted on or the next item?
No, what you just voted on.
All right, John, am I allowed to do that considering that we already
You
considered
didn't
it?
have like a public discussion and you didn't answer anybody's questions.
John,
You just
I need
voted
some
without
advice here.
asking the public.
Okay. Please proceed.
Samantha Passamano, special educator at the middle school, also on the SIT committee for the middle school. Is this still a 30-day thing? We're reviewing homework policy right now. We're planning our SIT, like the next plan. We're working on that for the next year, and now you're adding more. We just met for this month. We're talking about the homework policy next month. If you're giving us a 30-day timeframe, because that's what it says on the agenda, that's not fair to the SIT team. We have a lot on our plate, and we still meet for about 2 to 3 hours after school. It's too much.
Thank you
Just
for
wanna
your
put that
input.
out.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you, Sam.
John, may I ask you, because it was written as 30 days, can we make a motion to amend that and give some flexibility to the time frame, please?
The 30 days wasn't in the motion.
Okay. The 30 days was not in the motion. Okay. So, John, the 30 days wasn't in the motion, so are we good? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will give you some flexibility on that. I don't know where that young lady went to, but we'll give you, you're welcome. Thank you.
Sam.
Okay, so reconsideration of the RFQ for legal services. This was requested by Larry Phelps. Larry?
Yes, still awake, I think. I brought it back up because it's a little confusing, a lot to absorb, and wanted to bring it back up and have it in a shortened version. And I read it today, and I was fine with the shortened version. And go out, make sure that the people that do bid on it to basically the same prices that we got now. That's the synapse of it.
So-
I'm going through it more, but my head is pounding.
I'm sorry, Larry, it was really hard to hear you, but what I think I heard you say was that when this came up the last time, it was confusing. It was on the agenda a couple of times in different places, and you would like to have a shorter RFQ, which would simplify the process. Am I giving you that? Was I accurate in my description?
Yes.
Was that from you, Chair, or was that from Larry?
I just repeated what, I attempted to repeat what he said. Okay, so,
Can you repeat that again, please?
Because that's not what he said.
That's not what I heard
he
Larry
said.
say.
what I heard Larry say was that he was confused the last time it was on the agenda. Is that right, Larry?
Yeah, I said confused. It's confusing, and I just wanted to see a shorter version and something that was more easy to understand, and
But you voted in favor.
I can bring them.
We're getting there.
I'm lost. I don't.
You voted in favor of.
Yes, but that's my right. I can bring it back up.
Yeah.
John, excuse me, Attorney Anderson, there was a point of order. So do I have to rule on the point of order at this time?
What?
The first thing that I have to do is, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Move to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider, okay. Right, so I was getting to the motion, I was gonna ask for a motion to reconsider because that's the agenda item. Okay, so, do I have a motion to reconsider the RFQ for legal services?
Yes.
So I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
We've heard a lot about transparency, and we've heard a lot from the taxpayers. I don't know why this was brought back after it was voted down at the last meeting. So if somebody could explain that to me, I'd greatly appreciate it.
So this was requested by Larry, and I think Larry.
Larry
I
should
just
speak
want a
it.
shorter,
Let him speak
shorter
it.
version of it where it's.
But the discussions that we had and the comments that we heard from the taxpayers and from the committee, from the community, was that we have excellent legal representation. Mr. Anderson has not lost, as far as I know. Sorry, John, don't want to jinx you. A single special ed case. He is highly regarded in the field of education law. We get a huge bang for our buck because nobody fears making a phone call to make sure that they are acting within our legal rights. If we go to another law firm, chances are we will pay by the minute, and it will be far more costly. So I still, even with a simplified RFQ, I don't understand why this was brought back to the committee.
Laura?
I think, does it say, I thought there was language in there that said that that it wouldn't, it had to be the same cost as what we're currently paying or something. Is that correct? I don't know.
So in the annotated agenda, I had some comments in the annotated agenda, and my comments were going to be that there was a lot of discussion the last time about incurring an increased cost. I know Mr. Zenyan said that if we do go out to bid, this could potentially mean a line item increase of 6 figures. So what my thought was that if this committee approves this reconsideration, that we would put forward a 2-page agenda. We do have a sample in our packets of an RFQ from Exeter West Greenwich. And it does say fee structure here for criteria for selection. And my thought was to make the fee structure comparable to the fee structure we currently have in place. It was not my agenda item. No, but it was put forward. Can I finish? It was put forward on the agenda. Gina and I meet and we discuss all of the agenda items that are moved forward. And what I said was, after I saw that this agenda item was put back on for reconsideration, what I did was I heard all of the feedback from the last time, and one of the points that was made was that if we went out to bid, this would cost a considerable amount, and there would be an increased fee. So my suggestion was, and it was put into the annotated agenda, was that part of the 2-page RFQ from another regional school district says criteria for selection, fee structure. And my amendment to that would be, for the committee's consideration, to put this as a fee structure comparable to the fee structure that we currently have in place, so that there would not be a huge increase in cost, because we obviously just approved the budget. So that is my point. Craig.
So, Madam Chair, I heard you say your thoughts several times. This request was put forward by Mr. Phelps. So why are your thoughts correlating with his request?
It was my original agenda item last
Right,
month.
But yours lost. Your motion, which you requested somebody to say, which Polly spoke it for you, lost. So you should not be participating in any of this.
Well, he brought it up for reconsideration. The item was brought forward during the agenda meeting. This agenda item was put forward to the attorney for review. Yes, Mr. Cardoza.
Question, why, Larry? You have not said anything about the quality of the legal services that you get from Mr. Anderson. And if I understood correctly, what I heard was a conversation between the two of you for him to put it on the agenda.
You're making an assumption, and I don't appreciate that.
Those were your words.
I don't appreciate that.
Well, I'm telling you, that's what I heard.
Mr. Avedisian, I don't appreciate it. So let me explain.
Point of order.
Let me explain to you how the agenda is processed.
It's not the agenda. What I heard was that you had a misunderstanding of what was presented.
I did not.
And then Larry said, "Well, we're going to." I wasn't really sure. I thought it was.
That's not appropriate.
I thought if
that tone's not appropriate.
I thought if we put it forward for the same amount or for equal fee formula. You came up with that, and then he put it on the agenda for it to be. It seems like there's discussion here that's not happening in the public space.
Chair,
yes,
we have more important things to deal with at this point in time. This is not important. We have a transition. We have a closing of a Hope Valley Elementary School. I mean, I feel like we're not focusing on the right things. I don't.
I appreciate that.
This is not important right now.
I appreciate that.
Prioritize. I mean, this is not important. We've had our constituents here. They're telling us what's important, and we're still dealing. To me, this seems so political and not kid focused. I'm sorry.
Tyler? And then Bob.
Chair, I have a couple questions and a couple points that I'd like to make. First question I have is, well, it's kind of a statement that leads into a question. The quality of the work that we've gotten out of Mr. Anderson and his firm, I can't complain about, to be 110% honest. You know, when over the summer or 2 summers ago, when we decided to change auditors, we had a discussion about the contract for Mr. Anderson, and at the time, I talked with a few folks, and it said, well, maybe it's time to review that contract. Well, there's something called institutional knowledge that John has with our district that I value highly. My problem right now, as this stands, is what happens if we put out an RFQ, Mr. Anderson's firm doesn't respond, and we don't get anything that looks like it would be of interest, or even at the same level. So now the chances are we sit up here and we talk about cutting the budget and being as fiscally responsible. Now we could be paying another 150, 200, 300 grand for legal services. Listen, I understand that there's a perception that Mr. Anderson may not fully work for this committee and might work for other folks within the district. I get that, but I can't justify moving on from him at this point based on that. And I know that's gonna hurt some people's feelings up here by me saying that. And I apologize for that. And the quality of work speaks for itself. I had this discussion not more than 12 minutes ago with a respected member that I've come to respect very highly out in that audience. And he made some very valid points to me that really made me stop and think. So that's what I have to say right now, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Bob? I'll get you.
I believe his name was Robert. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen on an agenda. Ever. I've been on that committee, and this is disgusting. Mr. Anderson has served this committee, has served our district for over 25 years. He has provided input that has saved this district millions of dollars. Do you think for a minute you can get his quality work from anyone else at the price that he's paying for us? If you do, you're idiots. Complete idiots. Now,
Okay, thank you.
whoever put this in may have the grace to withdraw it.
Brennan Richmond. Can you hear me?
No.
Am I close enough? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess my only question is, and I'm not fully well versed on Robert's rules, and if somebody who voted in the affirmative could put this back up for reconsideration, but quite to some other people's points, you kept saying my thoughts. And so my concern is I didn't hear you speak on what homework you did on Polly's policy reviews that she wanted to look at, much like you did your homework on Larry's reconsideration of the RFQ. So it's concerning to me that this is an Open Meeting Violation Act, that there was definitely communication before this meeting that you did your homework on. Larry clearly did not, and that's a concern to me. Thank you.
You have such huge things happening in this district right now. You are closing an entire elementary school at the end of this year, 3 years faster than we originally told people that we were going to close it. I will be very honest with you, this feels like somebody wanted a second bite at the apple to put up an RFQ to get rid of John Anderson. Maybe that's not how you intended it to be, but that's how this reads. And I think you can read the room. That's how it's reading to the room, is it was a second chance to try to get the RFQ through. I already gave you my opinion on John. Many of us have the same opinion. You don't have to like John to recognize the work that John does for you. And as you move towards a budget cycle and cleaning that up and closing an elementary school and all the ramifications, all of the legal things that we heard about earlier, the very last thing you should want to do is try to open up this district to legal problems. So I hope you do retract this. Thank you.
Is there, Chris?
Hi, Chris Konar, Richmond. We spent like 20, 30 minutes before talking about how we're going to cut fat out of the budget. And the last meeting when we talked about this, the estimate was it's going to be $200,000 to try to replace John Anderson. And there's going to be no one out there who's going to try to go for whatever price that we want to offer. And so what we're going to end up stuck with is another $200,000 in the budget. And we just spent maybe 10, 15 minutes talking about taking $4,700 out. And now we're going to add something that's an order of magnitude larger onto something that we already think is going to be a tough time. So I think for the matter of the budget itself, we need to keep John Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote on this item? Yes? Angela?
Motion relative to the agenda item is reconsideration of a rewritten RFQ for legal services. That's exactly how it reads.
Okay. So, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, so motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry. What's the matter?
I thought I was wondering, 'cause I didn't see you go up.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Polly abstained? Okay. Thank you. All right.
Do you have to clarify that, Carrie?
I don't think so. So, budget, next item is budget transfers, update.
Hold on.
What's the matter?
I don't know, something's happening.
We're just confused because you said motion carries.
I'm sorry, the noes have it. The noes have it. My bad, thank you. Sorry, yes, it's 11 o'clock, 11:30. I'm sorry? D was part, wasn't D part of the things that were tabled?
We never voted. We didn't table anything.
We only tabled the one,
Hold on, I'm just listening to the clerk.
you only tabled the items in B. You didn't do anything with D.
Okay, so we're on item D, resolutions in support of field usage by the Charahoe Cowboys. This was requested by me. Thanks, Chris, for waiting all this time. So there were a number of resolutions and things that the committee was in receipt of from the Town Council of Charlestown, the Town Council of Hopkinton, the Town Council of Richmond. That the Charahoe Cowboys were asking for consideration of using one of the fields at Charahoe High School for 5 of their home games. So Superintendent Picard, I know that you have had a meeting with this group of parents, representatives, and so Gina, can you just give us some background on this, please? Oh,
So,
Greg, please.
I'm going to give the background because I sat in on the meeting, and I'm going to be meeting with the Charahoe Cowboys tomorrow with our Director of Building and Grounds. The request was for 5 to 6 home days, not games. I believe there's 5 games per home day.
4 to 5.
4 to 5, correct? 4 tackle, 1 flag, so that's 5 times. I want to remind everyone we play on grass. I also want to remind everyone that our middle schools do not use the fields, those fields. And our JV only uses those fields when scheduled and doesn't allow them to play on a different field. We are going to meet with the Charahoe Cowboys tomorrow and walk a field in our bowl. It's our practice field for where our high school plays. The Director of Building and Grounds and myself did walk the Charlestown where they are set up currently. We saw their bleachers set up. We saw where they have their container and their supplies and everything. And we're not positive that the space we want to offer them is meets their needs. So they want to walk it with us tomorrow. And I do know that our director, our AD, has made the offer that if they do make a playoff game, then we would allow them to use our varsity field, just like we allow our 8th graders for their last game, 8th grade night, to use their varsity field. But if we have requests from one group to use that varsity field, and then we're going to start to get requests from other organizations, you're going to get requests from your middle school soccer, boys and girls, to use it. The turf cannot handle that. It's grass. It cannot handle the wear and tear of all that, even if it can be scheduled. So even if scheduling is not an issue, the turf, it will become an issue because the grass, you're going to have a mud pit. But I would recommend at this point that you let us walk the practice field that we're willing to have them use if it fits their needs. But we won't know that until we walk it tomorrow.
And Chris, did you have any comments as well?
familiar with the Cowboys, but I did recently, and I was really surprised because the Chariho Cowboys are an amazing football youth organization, and when they play, every other, and I could be wrong, so please, if you fact check me, I might be wrong, but they all play at their high school stadium, which is very impressive. And Chariho is very impressive. And I understand with budget concerns and that, you know, my kids play sport and I understand middle school, but if there's a way we can make a compromise, I'm glad that we're talking about it because it's a level of pride and they're such a great organization that, I would love to see that for the boys. I think that would be a great thing. So thank you for considering it. And I just want to say, I'm very pleased by the school committee meeting and how they really listened and are making positive changes and are listening to their community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Chris?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Gina,
okay.
I was just going to say that we were talking with the Cowboys. Our goal is to have Mr. Zenian and the team walk the field and to come to a compromise. I would ask that if we don't come to a compromise, we'll come back in April and ask the committee for some feedback. But again, our goal is to try to work with the Cowboys to see what we can accommodate. And then if it has any financial impact, they have offered, I mean, they're very thoughtful about what maybe we could, so it's all like, right now it's theoretical. Nobody's finalized anything. Obviously that would come back here. But my recommendation is that you let us work with the Cowboys to see if we can come up with an agreement. And then if we can't, we come back to this table.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you. So Chris Strait, Town of Charlestown. I'm also on the Chariho Cowboys Board of Directors. So
Chris, also, thank you for waiting patiently. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, we did have a great meeting last week with Mr. Zenian and Superintendent Picard and Athletic Director Justin Cahoon. We did not come to an agreement still. We also have walked the field, the practice field also since that meeting. And, you know, other than the increased parking, it's just not, we don't think it's going to do for us what we're looking for out of the varsity football field. And Elaine was right, you know, there's 14 teams throughout the state of Rhode Island that we play. And every team does play at their high school facility except for two, and Chariho is one of those two teams. There's two teams that do play at their high school that do have grass surface fields, Exeter West Greenwich and the West Warwick Steelers. And we're not looking for any handouts or anything for free. We're offering to offer some money towards field maintenance, increase field maintenance to try to make that surface better. So, we're just looking for a partnership. We're looking to grow the football and cheerleading programs. You know, with the school, we noticed the decline in the football numbers the last few years, the lack of a cheerleading team for football the last year. And, you know, our numbers, we have just about 200 participants with the Cowboys. Over 70% are from the Chariho area. So we're just looking to do what we see other communities doing, and we're looking to partner with the high school and really grow, you know, the football and cheerleading programs in the community. So all kids, all the time, no excuses. That's all we're looking for out of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for waiting.
Good evening,
Hi,
Deb
Deb.
Carney. I'm speaking because I stayed here till 11:30 at night. I'm here to support the Cowboys. As you all know, they currently practice in the field behind the Charlestown Town Hall, which is great for practices. They now have lights so they can get that done. But on game days, it's a nightmare out there with the parking. They do the best they can with what they have, but I support this 100%. As you know, we did a resolution from the town of Charlestown. Hopkinton did the same resolution, and Richmond did a modified version. So I hope you look favorably upon their request. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Yes.
Hi, my name's Steve Moffett. Former Hopkins Town Council member, but I'm also a professional turf grass manager. I have managed
Professional, I'm sorry.
turf grass manager. I'm a golf course superintendent. I've been a golf course superintendent for 20 years. I'm also the middle school soccer coach here, director of fields for the Chariho Youth Soccer Association. I think it's a great idea, but it's natural grass, as Mr. Zenian said. The fields currently, the practice fields, are not in good shape. Okay, they're all crabgrass, absolutely no grass, dry. My biggest concern is injury to athletes, okay, because this isn't 1985 anymore, okay? It's a lot of people are taking their sports seriously, okay? my middle school team does play on that field. I have a ninth grader and a 10th grader who plays soccer. The field is not in good shape. Okay, it might look great from like 60 feet away, but it's not. Maybe it is now because it's had some rest, but in the season, it's going to get beat up. Okay, and the one thing we can't predict is weather. I'm sure they're probably going to want to play in rain, right? I would assume you guys play your games in the rain too.
Yeah, we have no problem going back to Chowski where we play right now for rain. So
Yeah, I love the idea. I think it's a fantastic idea if we had turf. You know, I'm sure if we had a turf field, it would be no problem. But field prep is important for obviously for safety, but it's expensive. You know, the football field just beats the middle of the field down. I mean, they're playing a sport. My biggest concern is injury, you know, and the cost and the fact that our other fields aren't up to par. And yet we're going to allow our varsity field, which hosts all of our Rhode Island interscholastic sports teams, to play out there. You know, Exeter West Greenwich's field is terrible too. We've played soccer on that field too. It's garbage. It has sprinkler heads sticking out of the ground. I mean, so I would hope, you know, I've kind of wanted to come to previous meetings and kind of speak up about the conditions of the field, but we're always here talking about cutting budgets. And I'm always afraid that the sports would just kind of, you know, go by the wayside. So I think next year's budget, there should be some consideration if the field was maintained. And I mean, nothing against the people that take care of the fields. They just don't have the manpower. It requires, you know, many people to maintain a field to playing conditions. So that's my concern. But I hope maybe you can work something out with that practice field up on the top, if that's what you're talking about. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Samantha Wilcox. I just wanted to touch on what Ms. Carney had said about Richmond's modified resolution. We had a discussion on it, and our modification was only that we wanted to see the discussion happen because we were under the impression that the discussion was not happening between the Charahoe Cowboys and the district. Don't know if that's true or not, but that's what we were told. I didn't see our resolution within your agenda material, so for the public who waited here till 11, I want to let them know that was our modification, just to open up the discussion. So I fully support your recommendation, Ms. Picard, to continue with those conversations and see if we can find compromise. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, just in the spirit of how this got to be on the agenda, I saw the resolutions that came forward from the other towns, and I thought it was important to put this on the agenda just to make sure that the community understood that that I heard them. Chris is my former neighbor in my neighborhood, and he reached out to me via email asking if he could talk to me about their wanting to use the high school fields. So I suggested to Chris that the Cowboys reach out to the superintendent and to her team, and I'm happy to hear that you met. So we'll see what we can do moving forward. Thank you.
Yes, Laura? How soon do you guys need to utilize these fields? Like what's the urgency here?
Yeah, so our season starts right around Labor Day, and then we finish up right around Thanksgiving.
And your season is how long?
Well, from Labor Day to Thanksgiving, but we play away games and playoff games that we're not at home. So the most it would be is like 5 to 6 Sundays in the fall is when we play.
And what are the age?
Yep, so the ages are ages 4 all the way up to 14. So our flag level is 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. You know, so we're not talking about 300-pound NFL, you know, linemen or college football players that are tearing up this field. You know, and you know we do hear a lot about keeping it in shape for soccer. I just want to remind everyone that is not just a soccer field. You know, that is an athletic field that football has played on for a long time also. And we're offering resources and monetary, you know, assistance towards the field maintenance. And we've been very clear about that too. So we're not asking anyone to go do our work for us. You know, we're just looking for the space with the bathrooms, the concession stands, the larger space to accommodate our growing organization in the towns that are coming into us too. And we want to have something that we're proud of and that we can show off, you know, to other towns. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. Oh, yes, okay. Hi.
Scott Sunderland,
Hi, Scott.
Hopkinton. I've been mowing the fields here since 1999. We've turfed the lower bowl with Kingston Turf. Did donations for it. We've done a lot of stuff, but it's the program to maintain. We can cut it, crabgrass this, we can cut everything. But it comes down to maintaining the field. When you set forth a program to maintain your fertilizations, your lime, your grub control, aeration, slice seeding, and you put that program out, everybody says, oh, great. Then when it comes time to do it and pay for it, it doesn't get done. That's why these fields are atrocious. You want to spend money on tennis courts and stuff like that? Great. These fields get played on baseball, field hockey, football, lacrosse, soccer, over and over again, and they're not maintained. They're not aerated like they're supposed to be. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it that isn't getting done. And you go around the state, I go around with the baseball team and soccer teams, our fields are probably the worst in the state for these kids to play on. I'm surprised that you haven't had broken legs and stuff out there with field hockey, with the rolls and stuff in the holes in the field. Money has to be put in the budget for this. We've given schedules to do stuff, and it goes on deaf ears sometimes. This stuff has to be done in order for these kids to go out and play on a safe field. What Steve said was exactly right. I mean, he knows what he's talking about. I've been here a long time. Kind of listen to the people that know what they're talking about, not going on the computer and saying, oh, we can do this, we can do that. Listen to the people that actually do the work.
Thank you, Mr. Sunderland. Any other comment on this? Okay. Oh, yes.
I've been here waiting this whole time. Okay, so I've got 2 kids playing in the Charahoe Cowboys program, but I want to make it clear to Justin, Mr. Cahoon, I'm not speaking on behalf of RB. My husband, Ron Spears, is the assistant coach for the high school football team. I am not here in any way, shape, or form representing him. These are my thoughts and opinions only. Okay, keep that in mind. So that being said, I'm here to represent the kids. So as Chris said, there's almost 200 kids in the Cowboys program. Of those 200 kids, about 150 of them are from the Charahoe School District. The rest of them come from like SK and some nearby districts. That being said, at one point in time, my husband was one of those kids. He was on the first Charahoe Cowboys football team. And then following his graduation from that program, he came to the high school where he started the high school football team. He was on Charahoe's first high school football team as well. And he also has coached for the Charahoe Cowboys, and he now coaches for the Charahoe High School football team. He loves both of these organizations dearly. And nothing would make me happier as his wife than to see the 2 things he loves the most come together in one place. And he tried to start bridging that gap this year by inviting the varsity football team from Cowboys to come watch the high school games. Part of the reason behind that was that the Charahoe High School football team has lost a lot of enrollment. When you do the math, there's about 35 kids on the varsity football team for Charahoe, and there were 12 junior varsity high school football players, I think, this year. 28 of those kids from the varsity Cowboys team should have been coming to the high school team, but they're not. They're going to other schools, they're going to private schools, they're going out of district, they're going to other schools that have tech programs. They're not coming to Charahoe to play football anymore, and that is heartbreaking. But what better way to make them want to play and improve the Charahoe football program at the high school level than to get them playing there from the time they are 4 years old, playing flag. Make it their home field. Make them want to be here. That's my thought.
Thank you very much. Craig?
I wholeheartedly agree with these 2 gentlemen down there. I did this work for 41 years for the state. URI has approximately 20 to 25 guys, main campus, that's not just athletics, doing all the grounds. The athletics alone, there's 6 guys. 6. Now, that's for every varsity field they have there. But it comes to, what does Charahoe want to do in the future? We've neglected this for years because it saved money. So what do we want to do? Do we want to, in the future, because we're not going to do it tonight, do we in the future want to put money in our property? Okay, that's no different. That football field, or that field over there is no different than an elementary school. It's our property, and we got to maintain it. But I do have a question for Chris. Chris, couldn't we possibly, and by the way, I remember Chris when he was that big. So is the practice field, there's no chance of resurrecting and making something decent? I thought the main premise was parking.
Yeah, so that's only one of the challenges that we have. The other one is we don't have bathrooms, so we use porta-johns. And then our concession stand, we don't have electricity, so we have to run multiple generators down there too. So we do have multiple challenges that we're trying to face. We don't have a way of watering our field right now either, so our playing surface just takes a beating too. So we'd still use it for practice.
Which I understand all that, but this at least solves your parking problem, but the field isn't worthwhile.
Yeah, so some of the challenges to that is the field would need some work with leveling, the JV field. We'd need another, we'd have to probably bring in another field goal post because there's only one over there right now. Scoreboard, there's no scoreboard there. Bathrooms, we'd still have to bring in porta-johns to that end of the campus. And concessions too. We wouldn't have any concessions.
So you're
down
already doing some of that. You just need power?
No, there's a couple other things that we would need. Power is one of them, but we would also need space for parking, and we'd need a few other things.
And we're going to be putting power at the tennis courts? Yes. I just threw it out there. That's
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello, Justin Cahoon, Athletic Director. How's everyone doing tonight? Early morning. Yeah, I'd just like to clarify a couple things. I'm not anti any member of the community, especially the Charahoe Cowboys. We let many of our community members, including girls softball, youth basketball, youth soccer, use our fields, but none of them use the main field, and there's many reasons for that. Couple things to point out for clarification. I can't speak to what happened before I got here. I know the Charahoe Cowboys weren't playing on this field before I got here, and I know Chris reached out when I did get here. In terms of the numbers for our football team, we didn't have a JV team before I got here. My first year, we had a JV team. We were able to play about 4 out of a total of 8 games. Since then, our numbers have increased in football, so that's a credit to the Charahoe Cowboys, okay? First and foremost. The people we're losing, correct me if I'm wrong, we're losing them to North Kingstown, right? Division I, play on turf. South Kingstown, who just won a state title in D2. No offense, I might be considering going there as well. So Steve hit it right in the head in terms of the field. I'm all about the kids, but first and foremost, my job priority is the kids on this campus. And for us not to even allow our middle school kids to use our field only on their 8th grade nights, or if they get a playoff game, why should we allow other outside organizations to use our field? I think you'll open up a Pandora's box, because what's going to stop youth soccer from asking to use it on Saturdays? Last year, I had to move our girls varsity Division I soccer team, who had a game scheduled for a Saturday morning, to Wesley to play on turf because we had a football game on Friday night. Okay, the answer is turf. I understand that's like a whole nother topic for a whole different day, but you look around our state and we're one of the few schools that actually has grass fields. Everyone else is transitioned over to turf. That's Wesley, that's North Kingstown, that's Narragansett, that's Proud, that's East Greenwich, that's Cumberland, that's Lincoln, you name it, Pawtucket, North Providence, can't forget them. And South Kingstown building a brand new school, chances are they're going to have turf as well. You go over to Connecticut, Stonington, Waterford, Fitch, we play all the time. They all have turf. So would I love to have them come here? Yes. If we have turf, open up to the whole community. Everyone can play whenever they want.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your input. We're going to move on. E is rewritten transportation resolution. Jess, do you want to talk about this for a moment?
Yeah, I'd like to table this. This was a misunderstanding. Mr. Anderson rewrote a resolution we had already approved, but I had submitted a new one. It is in the FYI, but we're going to work on getting that on the next agenda.
Next agenda, thank you. Okay.
Make a motion?
We have to
I
vote on
make a
this?
motion to table.
Okay, motion to table, item E. We have a motion and a second from Jess and Tyler. Any discussion on this? All those in favor to table? Unanimous, right? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, budget transfers, item F. Greg or Gina?
Any questions on the transfers that we listed for you?
So was this in our file folders that Angela gave us tonight? Oh, goodness, okay.
I think there was an additional page, and then the running total, we did not make it in, so we made sure we had that.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the budget
Motion to
transfer?
Approve the transfers as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Tyler, a second by Polly. Any discussion on this?
Karen seconded it as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a double second with Karen. Any discussion on this? Thank you, Mrs. No, thank you. So seeing no discussion, motion to approve the budget transfers? Looks like it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, consent agenda items. Gina, I recommend.
Oh, no, that's not me, stupid. Oh, okay, I can do it. I don't usually do this.
It says your name.
It does. I recommend approval of the consent agenda as a whole.
What?
I recommend to approve the consent agenda as a whole.
Hold on.
But before I do, Mr. Lazan would like to share the donation.
I think, no,
Did you ask to pull it? Anybody pull it?
No, we don't have to do that. You guys just like to do that.
Are we?
I mean, technically, I'd like to pull A1. I know I don't have to, but
I'm trying.
I'd pull A1. And can Gina make the motion?
Yeah, she never.
No, I recommend.
She recommends, someone else has to make the motion.
Correct.
Yeah.
I only recommend that you approve.
So you pull A1.
Sometimes.
I'm going to pull A1. Craig?
No, anybody else? I mean. So, Madam Chair. I
Yes.
make a motion to move the remainder, but before I do, I would like to acknowledge the donations. One, we are a receipt of the following donation toward the Hope Valley Play Fund funding to date: $2,000 from Charenzia Excavation, $50 from Joan Kent, and $50 from Louise Dinsmore. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
2, Richmond Elementary School parent Daryl Chompka, who works for Verizon Wireless in Wesley, Rhode Island, together with grant funding, was able to gather supplies for Ms. Pizzone's classroom 24 on Wednesday, 2/26/25, with an approximate value of $75. 3, Ashway Elementary School received donation of 360 seedlings from Gotham Greens in Providence with an approximate value of $1,080. And 4, Mr. Michael LePage, manager at CVS Hope Valley, donated 70 to 90 packs of 3-hole punch paper, 150 sheets each, on February 25th, 2025, to the Hope Valley Elementary School.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so motion to approve all those consent agenda items except for A1. Unanimous. Thank you.
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve A1, minutes of the regular session of Charahoe School Committee, February 11th, 2025.
So moved. Second. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, so anybody opposed? Any abstentions? So we have an abstention for Tyler. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the rest is yours.
So for superintendent's report, we are proud to announce we're getting prepared for Odyssey on April 4th and 5th. We will kick off the weekend at here in this auditorium with our high school chorus. And then we will open our doors at 9 a.m. on Saturday, April 5th, to one of our fabulous community events to celebrate all of our arts, industrial arts for career and tech, as well as performing arts, as well as our bands, our choruses across the district, pre-K through K through 12, as well as our museum that's in the gymnasium. So we hope you'll join us for Artisty as we celebrate art artists in Charahoe, as they are amazing, as you heard earlier this evening. Survey Works is open. This is a really important time for our parents to give feedback. One of the things, if you can't come to a school improvement team meeting or a PTA meeting, these are the metrics we utilize to be able to get surveys from educators, from our families, to make sure we know what you're feeling about how we're doing as a district. So please take your opportunity to check out my March e-update to be able to complete that survey for the school that your student attends. And last but not least, we have our final virtual parent workshop of the year. I believe, Dr. Cabela, correct me if I'm wrong. It is this Thursday, and it was. This is one of the things our parents requested, to be able to support the wellness initiatives and our students' mental health needs, and so that families have additional touch points to get strategies. So thank you.
Thank you. Next item. 12, school committee requests for future agenda items or legal opinions. Anyone? Seeing none, I will move. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Do I have a motion in a second? Who motioned? I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Jess, and seconded by Diane. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, good night. Thank you, everyone.